I hear the echoes of you. Every beat, every spark is you. Every spark is you. Sounds a thief, I'm breaking the rules. 'Cause I still believe in you. So I'll save my love for you.
Para las personas que prefieren escuchar esta junta en español, pueden pasar con nuestro equipo de intérpretes al fondo de la sala del Concilio de la Ciudad para recibir asistencia. También pueden sintonizar la transmisión de las juntas del Concilio completamente en español usando el sistema SAP a través de los canales que ve en pantalla. Si prefiere ver la transmisión desde un dispositivo móvil o para descargar la agenda de la junta de hoy, visite la página web de la Ciudad de San Antonio, sa.gov/TVSA.
Good morning. The time is now 9:08 a.m. on August 13th, 2026, and the meeting of the San Antonio City Council is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Kaur. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez is here virtually. Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Munguia. Councilmember Castillo.
Here.
Councilmember Galvan.
Here.
Councilmember Alderete Gavito.
Here.
Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez. Councilmember Spears.
Here.
Councilmember White. Mayor Jones.
Here.
Mayor, we have quorum.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Castillo is recognized to introduce today's invocator.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This morning, I would like to welcome Pastor Adam Aguilar, who will be delivering the invocation on behalf of the Kingdom Soldiers Ministries, a San Antonio-based nonprofit ministry dedicated to serving, uplifting, and strengthening families across San Antonio and surrounding communities. Through its community outreach efforts, Kingdom Soldiers Ministries has worked to make a meaningful impact in the lives of families facing hardship by providing essential resources such as food, clothing, and as well as prayer, mentorship, guidance, and support. Their work is rooted in building relationships with residents and being present with families when they need a helping hand. Pastor Aguilar and his team are committed to being a consistent source of hope and support for San Antonio families. Oftentimes, you will find them out at community events in our District 5 Back to School Fair, providing our youth with free haircuts as they prepare for the new school year, connecting with folks, or even giving, again, haircuts and resources to community. Their dedication to serving and service reflects the power of community, faith, and neighbors coming together to uplift one another. So I'd like to welcome Pastor Aguilar.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to adjust this real quick. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to first start off, we can bow our head. Anybody feel free to join in this quick prayer real quick as we get started. Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you for this morning, Father God, the opportunity to be able to come here and pray over everyone here, Father God, part of the city council, the mayor herself, and all those that are surround and support this city with the dedication and hard work that they have behind it. Lord, we want to cover them. We ask that you bless your families, bless each and every individual here today, bless the city, Father God, allow it to continue growing and being united, Father God, in your presence, Father. We ask that you just give us all that renewance and the strength that we need in the areas we need it the most, Father. We thank you for this opportunity, this time, to be able to also as well present everything here today. In your name we're praying. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We've got a special celebration today, the Children's Shelter's 125th anniversary, and I know we have some folks from the organization here, so if you'd please come to the front. I will read the proclamation and then turn it over to you for remarks. City of San Antonio hereby presents its official congratulations to the Children's Shelter 125th anniversary. In celebration of 125 years of dedicated service and extraordinary impact, the Children's Shelter prevails as a devoted champion for children and families throughout Bexar County. Since its founding as a haven for orphaned and abandoned children, the organization has achieved its mission to restore innocence and strengthen families through compassionate, trauma-informed care. For over a century, the Children's Shelter has grown into a continuum of evidence-based prevention and intervention programs designed to break cycles of abuse and neglect. Guided by core values of respect, transparency, integrity, excellence, collaboration, and optimism, TCS delivers services rooted in safety, trustworthiness, empowerment, and the belief that every child deserves to be seen, heard, and valued. Serving upwards of 2,000 children each year, the agency provides treatment foster care, mental health programs, and family strengthening initiatives, including Compadre y Compadre, I-Parent SA, and Nurse-Family Partnership. Through the Harvey E. Najim Hope Center, families receive specialized trauma-focused outpatient care and evidence-based therapies that promote healing and stability. As the Children's Shelter commemorates this milestone, we honor the champions whose unwavering support has shaped its legacy. This celebration highlights 125 years of love, hope, and care, and ensures the continuation of critical programs for the most vulnerable in our community. The members of the City Council of the City of San Antonio join you in celebrating this remarkable milestone and extend heartfelt congratulations and best wishes for the years ahead. Happy 125th anniversary, please.
Thank you. I'm Larissa Moon, the CEO and President of the Children's Shelter. On behalf of the Children's Shelter, thank you for this meaningful recognition of our 125th anniversary. We are honored by the City Council's acknowledgement of this milestone and humbled to receive this certificate from the city we have been privileged to serve for more than a century. This honor belongs not only to our present-day organization, but to every person who has helped carry this mission forward throughout our history. It belongs to the staff who served with dedication and heart, the volunteers who gave their time so generously, the donors and partners who invested in hope, the board members who helped guide the work, and the children and families who have allowed us to walk alongside them. For 125 years, the Children's Shelter has stood beside children and families during some of life's most vulnerable and challenging moments. This recognition is a powerful reminder that our work has never been carried by this organization alone. It has been made possible through the compassion, trust, and partnership of a community that believes every child deserves love, safety, stability, and hope. We appreciate the City of San Antonio for recognizing the importance of this work and for standing with organizations that serve children and families across our community. We are proud and honored to be part of the network of organizations serving vulnerable families and children in this city. This certificate reminds us that our history is not simply measured in years, but in lives touched, families strengthened, and hope restored. As we celebrate 125 years, we honor the legacy of those who began this work in 1901. We thank those who continue it today, and we look ahead with determination to serve the next generation of family and children with the same compassion, courage, and hope that have guided the Children's Shelter since the beginning. We are grateful, inspired, and more committed than ever to continuing this legacy of hope, healing, and service for generations to come. Thank you again for this special recognition and for helping us celebrate a legacy that belongs to the entire San Antonio community. Lastly, thank you, Mayor Jones, and members of the City Council for your dedicated service to our community. And thank you for your support of the nonprofit organizations whose vital work strengthens San Antonio and improves the lives of all who choose to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any of my colleagues like to say something? Okay. No one here? Okay. Councilwoman Alderete Gavito.
Thank you. Thank you to the Children's Shelter team who is here with us today. The Children's Shelter is located in the heart of District 7, and as y'all celebrate 125 years, you all, as you mentioned, y'all were doing this way before child protection systems were in place in Texas. So y'all have been truly leading the way. It is a grassroots effort to support children, and then animals in need. And it's just a true testament to the nurturing, family-oriented environment that y'all foster there for so many kids in need. And so thank you for leading the way, not only for San Antonio, but for Texas in all y'all's efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the city manager's report. Eric, over to you.
Manager's report this morning, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any objection to taking the consent agenda before the individual items so that we may clear the business of the day? Okay, thank you. Items 8 through 18 are on the consent agenda. This means they will be considered as a group, and there will not be a staff presentation unless pulled for individual consideration. Please note, item 15 has been withdrawn by staff and will not be considered today. Are there any? I'll be pulling item 16. Are there any items council members would like to pull from the consent agenda to be heard individually? Okay. We have no members of the public that have signed up to speak on the consent agenda. Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda except for item 15, which has been withdrawn, and item 16, which I have pulled? Okay, it is moved and second to approve the consent agenda except item 15, which has been withdrawn, and except item 16, which has been pulled. Are there any highlights or questions about the consent agenda? Okay. Okay, there being no further discussion, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda except for item 15 and item 16. Please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, she is there, okay. Councilwoman Villagrán, we need to see you on the camera, please.
I am on camera. I sent a picture over to IT. I can see myself on the camera on my iPhone. I don't know. The problem's on the city vent.
Madam Clerk, is that? Okay. The clerk is not able to see you. Andy, the clerk is saying.
Then I make a motion, we suspend the meeting until IT can fix this.
Andy, do you have a recommendation?
That's up to the presider, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. The clerk is saying that she needs to see the councilwoman, and so we will take a recess until IT can fix this. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we've got the Councilman McKee Rodriguez. There we go. Great, thank you. Okay. Okay, so we just voted. A voice vote, please, from Councilman joining us virtually.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, there's no objection. The city manager will present the council with and discuss items 4, 5, and 6 as a group. Individual votes will be taken on items 5 and 6. Okay, hearing none. Eric, over to you.
Item number 4, is a presentation of the City of San Antonio 2027 proposed operating and capital budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2026. Item number 5 is an ordinance setting the city's proposed maintenance and operations tax rate at 35.138 cents per $100 of taxable valuation, and the city's proposed debt service tax rate at 21.150 cents per $100 of taxable valuation as recommended in the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. And item number 6 is an ordinance setting the dates, times, and locations for the first and second public hearings on the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 and the proposed tax rate for the tax year beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2026, which are Wednesdays, September 2nd, 2026 at 5 p.m. and Thursdays, September 10th, 2026 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the City Council chambers, and 2, scheduling budget work sessions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Eric, over to you. Thanks.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. I liken the process that we're going through with the proposed budget. I think about it in terms of gates, right? Gate 1 was the financial forecast we presented to you all in May. And the work session we had. Gate 2 is the subsequent conversations that we had at that budget work session. Gate 3 is the trial budget conversation we had in June. And the final gate, which is the longest stretch that we have over the next month, will be the consideration of the proposed budget and your eventual adoption on September 17th in accordance with the city charter. I'll talk a little bit about the work session schedule at the end of the presentation. But I want to thank you all up front because your feedback and guidance as we went through those 3 earlier gates were critical to the work that we as staff did over the summer to lay out a proposed balanced budget for fiscal year 27 and a plan for fiscal year 28. So beginning, just a quick overview. As many of you know, fiscal year 27 and this proposed budget is probably one of the most challenging budgets that I've had to work on since I've been city manager for sure. But as I reflect back on 32 and a half years, a lot of that working in budget, one of the most difficult because of a number of issues. Like many communities around the country and in particular the state, other Texas cities are dealing with many of the same issues that we are dealing with. Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, Corpus Christi. And I think it's important to note that if you do see information or press about those other cities, one of the things that I notice is that they're all dealing with the same issues, but their shortfalls are smaller. And that's one primary reason, because we have a financial policy to manage and budget over a 2-year cycle. So we are continue to see rising costs, declining property values, which I'll talk about here in a second, and limits on our ability to generate revenue. We entered the budget process with a projected shortfall of nearly $158 million through fiscal year 28. The spending plan that you'll see today, the proposal you'll see today, reflects the strategies and expenses and increased revenues that we believe are needed to maintain financial sustainability and stability for our organization. The proposed budget that you have received, balances fiscal year 27 and 28, and also provides a strong foundation for fiscal year 29. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through the presentation. The last thing I'll note is that we are in a downward cycle. It has been, we haven't seen negative taxable value growth since 2011, which was probably an advent of the recession. We've modeled our financial projections as if we were in a recession. We're generally pretty moderately conservative in terms of our approach in terms of revenue, and we're taking that approach for fiscal year 28. I shared with you all last week the affirmation of our bond ratings from the 3 bond rating agencies. That's an important part of what we do, not only for issuing debt and achieving savings in terms of interest rate savings, but it is a strong foundation of how this organization, you all and the staff, manage our financial capability and how we approach it. We have a history of positive budgetary performance and strategic measures to make sure that we are financially stable. We have well-embedded policies and practices. We have an experienced management team with all the things that you would expect that we do as an organization or any organization, with managing our expenses on a monthly basis, quarterly updates to you all, multi-year budgeting approaches, and adherence to our reserve policies and our other financial policies. Standard & Poor's and Moody's, as I shared last week, reaffirmed us as AAA and Fitch at AA+. The city of San Antonio is the largest city in this country with the best bond rating agency. And I think that helps us certainly from a market standpoint when we go to issue debt, but it helps us from a credibility standpoint as we work on challenging budgets such as this one. The proposed budget before you totals $4.4 billion, all funds. That's made up of $1.76 million in the general fund, $1.4 billion in our capital budget, and $1.2 billion in our restricted funds, such as the airport and solid waste and stormwater. The overall budget, city budget increase is 8.6%, but 6.3 of that is due to the construction of the terminal out at the airport. Aside from that, our operating part of our overall budget is going up 2.3%. So we've managed those expenses across the board, not just in the general fund, and we're accommodating and the necessary construction that we have out at the airport. And all y'all are very familiar with that project and the issuance of debt that we took to the market here about 3 weeks ago. The general fund is proposed at $1.76 billion. That's a $69 million increase in our general fund, a 4.1% increase. And I'll talk a little bit about the juxtaposed position that we were in June in the trial budget, where revenues were projected to grow at a lower rate than our expenses. And so we've been able to manage our expenses down primarily through reductions to maintain that 4.1% increase. Overall, city positions, we currently have 13,739 positions, and the proposed budget includes 13,746. So a net increase. I'll talk a little bit about our decrease in terms of staffing positions a little bit later on in the presentation. So how did we balance the budget that you all saw in June from the trial budget? The conversation you all had, the work we did and the conversation you all had, our budget work session around mandated expenses, priority city services that were prioritized by you all as well as the public in terms of the budget survey, and the other things the city does was key to that conversation that we had both at the trial budget and the preparation of this proposed budget, because we focused on the other city services in terms of reductions and reduced expenses. Secondly, we are focusing on using available property tax capacity, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later on in the presentation. But we have what the state has granted to cities and counties in 2019 in the legislative session, which is the ability to use unutilized taxable value over a 3-year period. We're able to bank that. Cities and counties are able to bank that. And the express purposes, as dictated by this legislature in 2019, was to allow cities and counties to smooth the peaks and valleys, given that they were reducing the property tax ability from 8.5% to 3.5%. And so we have only utilized that once since 2019, and we are proposing to utilize that unused increment in fiscal year 27. And then we talked a lot about this both at the work session and at the trial budget, increasing our revenue on existing fees and permits to better align with our cost of service. And so what you'll see in the proposed budget is almost $30.5 million in new revenue over 2 years. And that's about $10 million more than we showed you all in the trial budget. We went back and looked at those areas that you all gave us feedback on, and we'll talk about that here in a second. So overall, at the trial budget, you will recall that our expenses were projected to grow, our revenues were projected to grow at 2.3%, and our expenses growing at 6.9%. The proposed budget before you today for fiscal year 27 has our revenue growth at 5.1% and our expense growth at 4.1%. So structurally, we have realigned our capability to be able to cover our expenses. And I think this is a major, and not just for fiscal year 27, and I'll share with you here in a second, part of this impacts fiscal year 28, 29, 30, and 31, that structural rebalancing. Our projected deficit for the 2 years was $157.7 million. We have $89.6 million in proposed reductions over the 2 years, utilizing that unused increment both in fiscal year 27 and within our fiscal year 28 plan is $90.2 million. Our fee increases that I just mentioned a second ago are at $30.4 million. We revised our revenue and expense projections for both this fiscal year 27, and fiscal year 28 as we went through the budget in July with the departments. And that saved an additional $17.4 million over those 3 years. And then we have new spending of $8.2 million in the general fund. And then, of course, our adjustments for our financial reserves. We leave there $48.9 million in an ending balance over and above our required reserves under our financial policy. And really that's meant to offset expenses and prepare for fiscal year 29. The presentation that we gave you during the forecast showed that we had a projected shortfall in fiscal year 29 of $206 million. The projected shortfall now with this proposed budget in 27 and the plan for 28 reduces that to $38 million. Our fiscal year 31 shortfall in the 5-year forecast was $264 million, and the adjustments we're proposing right now reduce that almost by 50% down to $136 million. So the restructuring of our revenues and our expenses, managing our expenses and aligning those things helps us not only for fiscal year 27, but there's a ripple effect as we go through the next 5 years. So in terms of general fund revenue, kind of the highlights in terms of what we're seeing, we are seeing a decrease in property tax revenue of $8.3 million. This is budget to budget. A 1.8% decline in revenue. We have a sales tax at a 1.2% change, additional $4.9 million. Generally, and like other things, we are moderately conservative. We are seeing a softening. We have seen a softening in terms of sales tax. That's not unique to San Antonio. Other cities in Texas are seeing that as well. We are anticipating probably by the end of this week or early next week that we will receive the next sales tax check from the state. That will be reflective of a lot of activity that happened in San Antonio in June, primarily around the playoffs, and I do anticipate that number to be greater, and we'll share that with you once we receive that. Our CPS revenue, we've revised our projections for this year, for our reestimate for this year, down $15 million because, frankly, it's not supposed to be this green in summer. We had a lot of rain and cooler weather in June and July. That certainly affected revenue. And so we made those revisions to our fiscal year 26 reestimate. We are projecting conservatively $547.8 million for fiscal year 27, which is an 8.6% increase. And then kind of our other revenues, there's a slight increase of 0.6%. So overall, our revenue proposed in the budget in 27 is increasing at 5.1%. Let me talk a little bit about taxable values and property taxes. We shared with you all the preliminary data we received from the appraisal district in May and June, and at that point we were projecting a 2.1% decline in overall taxable values. We received the certified roll the last week in July. It got a little worse. It was a decline of 2.71%, which reflects about $4.3 billion in lost taxable value, whether that's appeals or exemptions or lawsuits or what have you. That value, that taxable value disappeared. And this is something that not only we are dealing with, but it is something that every taxing entity within Bexar County is dealing with. Our fiscal year 25, just to kind of recap and give you some historical perspective, in fiscal year 25, we saw a 4.35% increase in taxable value. This year, fiscal year 26, we saw negative growth in terms of base value, but the new improvements and new values that were coming online made up a net difference to a positive 1.32%. And then for fiscal year 27, based on that certified roll, we're seeing a little over 4% decrease in taxable values that kind of wash away the 1.35% in new improvements that we're seeing on the tax rolls. You'll see the tax rate that we're recommending by utilizing the unused increment. You all will vote on a property tax adjustment based on that unused increment for fiscal year 27 only. We're presenting to you all a fiscal year 27 and 28 plan. The plan is just the plan. You do not vote on that. We adopt one budget at a year. But the plan gives us kind of the guidelines and the guideposts to manage our expenses as we go into fiscal year 27. That increase that we're proposing would reflect, on average, to the average resident's household, an additional $2.95 per month. Now, for all of your town halls, we are breaking that out by district, so we'll have that information for you all. It's obviously going to be different based on council districts, but generally speaking, using the average, citywide average, it's a $2.95 impact on the property tax bill per month. Now, 47% of our resident homesteads are frozen, whether that's the senior tax freeze or the disability tax freeze, and will not be impacted. So 47% of our residents' households will not see any sort of impact in terms of this proposal. And then this is an important number. Given our tax freeze for seniors and disability, our homestead exemptions, we are foregoing almost $156.5 million in foregone tax revenue, property tax revenue. And that is something that prior councils have set. It is something that makes us unique. San Antonio is the largest city in the state that has a senior tax freeze. Corpus Christi has it. I think El Paso has it, but no other city has that, and that has been in place for some time. And that helps insulate those over 65 from any adjustments or impacts of property tax. Now, in terms of the $30.4 million in additional revenue, and next Tuesday's first work session is going to be expressly focused on these revenues that are on this slide, all the adjustments that we're proposing to make, as well as all of the reductions. So we're going to do it a little bit different. That way, you're not seeing bits and pieces through every departmental presentation. We want to show you all the revenue adjustments at once, so that you see the big picture, as well as all the reductions and impacts to services. Generally speaking, these things on these areas in this slide total $30.4 million. I think it's important to note that between police and fire fee adjustments and revenue adjustments, that is the majority of our $30.4 million. It is $21.3 million of total new revenue coming into the city. Again, a lot of this was based off of cost of service, and part of this was part of our fiscal year 27 plan. EMS transport fees, aid only, fire development permits in the fire department, in the police department, alarms, e-citations, adjustments to towing and the use of our online system for non-consent towers. We have a number of other areas that we are adjusting through a couple of different departments, ACS, solid waste, which will help beef up our infrastructure spending by the waste hauler permits. We are recommending, and we talked about this in the trial budget, a non-resident library card fee of $20 per year. And we've conservatively estimated this, and we'll talk a little bit about this next Tuesday, as well as during the library budget work session. But we're going to roll it out as library cards expire. 26% of our activity and material checkout right now at the library system is being done by non-San Antonio, City of San Antonio residents. So we want to make sure that we're recovering that cost of providing that very important service to the community. Fiesta, we talked about this during the June presentation. We are targeting to recover at least 50% of our police expenses as it relates to all the major Fiesta events. We have met with the Fiesta Commission, and we'll go into more detail with you in those budget work sessions. There are a number of code adjustments that we're proposing. Some of these came from the council conversation, the proactive apartment process, metal and used auto repair, recyclers, garage sale permits. We are also adding an additional licensing fee or permit to Airbnbs, primarily to offset the cost of police expenses and the calls associated with Airbnbs, and then a number of adjustments in our parks area. So again, a lot more detail. We're going to go into a lot of detail with you next Tuesday at your first budget work session on these areas. In terms of reductions, and this will be part of Tuesday's presentation too, but I think it's important for you all to see it all comprehensively rather than over a period of 10 or 11 different work sessions. But the one of the largest areas of reduced spending that we have are in that other city service category that we talked about during the budget work session, $27.5 million over the 2 years. We are transferring some eligible street maintenance work from our operating budget to our capital budget for a total of $10.6 million in savings. We have a number of efficiencies and reductions throughout a number of departments that we were able to identify, some of them part of the line item review that we did with every department. And that totals $12 million. We have our comprehensive budget review recommendations that we did this past year. Again, our 5 departments that we focused on were police, fire, municipal court, library, and HR. So that effort resulted in $12.8 million in savings over 2 years. We are utilizing the tax increment financing fund, which is an administrative fund that both city-initiated TERS and developer-initiated TERS pay to the city to administer. One of the eligible expenses in terms of the use of TERS funds is affordable housing. So we're using some of those available balances to increase, frankly, our affordable housing spend, and I'll talk a little bit about that here in a second. We're eliminating the balance of the REASE fund, which that's the problem with acronyms. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but it is our captured fund from a couple of years ago, where we captured some portion of our CPS revenue to offset some of our energy efficiency and our work in terms of the community, in terms of heat island expense. This fund was primarily reduced with the approval of the last fire collective bargaining agreement. We're eliminating the balance of it. There is still funding in there that supports our sustainability office, but that savings results in $2.8 million over the 2 years. We're using other general fund programs, and where appropriate and where legal, moving those expenses to some restricted funds that had the capability to finance them. We are proposing an increase in our parks environmental fee of 25 cents per month. That's a fee that right now that exists that individuals pay, that the public pays to offset part of the the parks maintenance and tree maintenance in our park system. So we're able to save an additional $6 million in that area. And then there's some departmental restructurings, both in 27 and 28, where we anticipate $5.5 million over the 2 years. So that is our $89.6 million in reduced spending in the general fund. The general fund does propose eliminating 101 positions. 54 of those are filled. And because we are in a hiring freeze and have been for the last couple of months, HR has been working since July to identify areas where those 54 individuals can move into those vacant positions. Those employees will work with those 54 employees. I do not anticipate any layoffs because we've got sufficient ability within our freezing of positions. As we go into fiscal year 27, I am anticipating keeping that hiring freeze in place for non-critical positions. And so we have a process in place right now where Human Resources and the Budget Office review those vacancies and working with the departments on what is critical and what is not. I meet with them every 2 weeks to go through that list and then kick loose any positions that are critical, such as 911 call takers or animal care officers or code officers. But that process, as we go into 27, I do anticipate keeping that process intact to give us a little bit of flexibility as we go into fiscal year 27. So the budget priorities that you all talked about and that we received in terms of the community survey, public safety, infrastructure, seniors, housing and homelessness, and community spaces, and then the community survey really prioritized homeless services, affordable housing, police, streets, and fire and EMS. And so I'll walk through those areas here in the next couple of slides to talk about some of the proposed changes, because although this is a budget that has a majority reductions, we are making some targeted investments in those priority areas to continue the work that you all have done and that we've done as an organization in these areas. Let me start with the employees first. So 13,700 positions that we have. The proposed budget, and we talked about this during the June work session, I'm proposing a 3% adjustment for the civilian positions. Firefighters will receive a 5% in accordance with their collective bargaining agreement, and police 4% in accordance with their collective bargaining agreement. The police officers are scheduled to vote for their tentative collective bargaining agreement later on this month. We'll certainly make you aware of that vote when it occurs by the end of the month. And if approved, I anticipate bringing that to council in early September for your consideration. Our civilian employees we'll see we're proposing to see an increase in contributions, both premiums and in terms of adjustments in terms of out-of-pocket and deductibles. Depending on the health care plan that our civilians pick, that impact will be anywhere from $6.34 a month to a little over $178 a month for family coverage on our value plan. One of the things, and for those of you that have been on council for a while, will remember this. We go through a pretty detailed analysis of what happens to employees, and our employees, do they have the best information available to make the right healthcare decisions for themselves or their families as they go through open enrollment in the fall. We've identified 111 employees that even with a 3% adjustment and these premium adjustments, we'll see a negative decrease in take-home pay. And based on our review, and I shared this with the employees on a WebEx this morning, based on our review, we're gonna need to double our efforts with the employees as we go through open enrollment, particularly with these employees, because healthcare decisions are critical, and they're important, and they can be expensive. And we want to make sure that employees are not being too conservative in terms of their health care selection. So we're going to work with those employees to make sure that they have the information needed to make the best selection. Uniform employees, the proposed tentative agreement with the police officers does have adjustments to deductibles, out-of-pockets, and premiums, and we'll evaluate that as they go through their voting process. Just to put a marker out there, the collective bargaining agreement with the firefighters expires next September, and so we'll be negotiating on a new collective bargaining agreement with them probably beginning in January or February of 27. So homeless services, the proposed budget has $30.8 million and maintains our investment in this area with a slight increase. We are focused in the homeless program, and you'll see this in the budget work session. We are focused on the presentation that Mark Carmona gave you all in May, our shelter and housing framework. And that is really kind of focused in three main areas: collaborating on case management system integration, a pilot encampment approach to permanently close and resolve those frequently occurring encampment sites that we have here in the city, and then maximizing our street outreach to those that in particular have mental health or substance abuse issues. We do have, through our housing bond, we have $9 million in our capital budget that we have received through interest through those bonds. And I'm proposing that we utilize that $9 million in this area to really increase bed capacity, emergency shelter bed capacity, and potentially enhance day services to people experiencing homelessness. You all will recall we have funded this year, it ends this fall, the low barrier shelter at Cesar Chavez and Santa Rosa, the hotel. That lease expires this fall. We are not renewing that lease and did not have money set aside. Part of this is that $9 million is meant to provide a stopgap and increase bed capacity at some of our partner agencies. And we'll go into more detail with you in that budget work session. But I think this is an opportunity for us to accomplish some of the things that Mark laid out to you all in that presentation in May. In terms of housing, our housing budget primarily made up of the general fund, but also some of our federally grant-funded programs is $37.7 million. It is proposed to have a 14.6% increase in its budget. We anticipate by the end of to be at 50% of our targeted goals in terms of homes by the end of fiscal year 26. And that is something that we have been focused on in terms of the SHIP. I know you all have had a number of conversations both at the committee level and one of the budget work sessions you'll see at the end of the presentation when we talk about the debt management plan and the capital budget will be on the 2027 proposed bond program. So I'm sure that this will be a topic of conversation. The budget, that $37.7 million includes $5.7 million to assist 1,820 households in terms of rental and relocation assistance. It does include $500,000 for the vouchers program to assist those 800 households. As you all debated that issue, one of the things that we had talked about both at the committee level and here at council is that we would reallocate $500,000 of existing dollars. But utilizing some of the existing funds that we've got, we're adding $500,000 for that program in the proposed budget. The proposed budget also includes funds set aside for 497 major and minor repairs. And I know there's never enough, but we know that this is a hugely important item and program that the city provides to the community to keep people in their homes. So their funding is included. And then we have $12.7 million in the proposed budget for gap financing, which includes funding for a pilot to incentivize the missing middle housing program, or GAP, that some of you have talked about, Councilwoman Corr has talked about. So we're setting aside funds to run that pilot program in fiscal year 27. We're proposing to set aside funds for that. Our street investment of $129.8 million is increasing by 6%. Part of this is due to some of the adjustments that we're making in terms of revenue, proposing to make in terms of revenue. Our continued investment in F streets as we go into fiscal year 27. It's a total of 1,979 projects for a total of 534 miles of our street network that will be maintained or proposed to be maintained going into fiscal year 27. Our sidewalk investment is $12.8 million, which will construct 12.8 miles, new miles of sidewalks, and repair 8.7 miles of our sidewalk network. As part of the Public Works presentation that you all will receive in terms of the budget work session, we'll go into a little more detail in terms of our sidewalk master plan and the network and what we're projecting. A lot of that has to do with the conversations around the bond program. We'll also give you an update on our review of our SMP program, our street maintenance program. We are making some adjustments within the Public Works budget to, and this is something that I think you all deal with, your CIP and your NAP funding in terms of engineering and design costs. We're setting aside money within the Public Works budget to utilize that to perform those design and engineering and cost estimates. That way you can maximize those dollars that are allocated to the districts for those infrastructure projects. So we'll go into more detail in those areas. There's a lot of exciting things happening in Public Works, and we'll walk through those with you in the work session. Our Animal Care Services Department is probably, I shouldn't say probably, is the largest, we'll see the largest increase of any general fund department. That budget is going up 12%. The primary reason is that we have the new veterinarian hospital that's under construction out there at the campus right now. We are adding the operating funds and the positions to be able to operate that new facility. The budget does include some reductions, minimal reductions in the department. Overall, our stats in terms of work at Animal Care Services continues to reflect positive measures based on the investment that this council has made over the last 3 or 4 years. And I'm certainly proud of the fact that we expect to end this year in fiscal year 26 with 93.4% of our critical calls being answered. And you all will recall that 3 years ago, that was at 40%. So we have been hyper-focused in terms of making sure that we are addressing those critical calls. Our live release rate has hovered there around just below 90% at 88%. And our spay-neuter surgeries continue to escalate every year based on investments that the council has approved over the last couple of years. That we anticipate continuing to grow in fiscal year 27 at almost 43,000 spay-neuter surgeries. So, with Animal Care Services, it's about enforcement, it's about the live release, it's about adoptions, and it's about spay-neuter surgeries and making sure that we are moving the ball in all 4 courts, because one solution isn't going to solve all the issues. And so Animal Care Services certainly will see an increase in their budget as proposed in the budget today before you. Our police department proposed budget is at $676.5 million. We are proposing 27 new SAPD officers to prepare for the opening of the new terminal at the airport in fiscal year 28. We have applied for a COPS grant for those funding for those officers. We are also continuing the transition of park police responsibilities to SAPD by moving 22 park police vacancies to SAPD. You all recall we gave you an update in late May. We approved positions in this year's budget to move vacancies into SAPD. Some of those functions will begin taking over by SAPD at the end of September. Those positions have all been trained and released and graduated from the academy, And so we'll be continuing that process with those 22 vacancies in Park Police. The proposed budget, and we'll go into detail about what this means in terms of the police proposed budget in the work session, but we're expanding our police drone detail by reallocating some existing resources and looking to see how we can use those drones to be a little bit more proactive in terms of police activity. We are moving 6 patrol detectives that are primarily focused on evidence collection in the field to Homicide and Special Victims Unit for investigative purposes to help balance out caseload, and adding 3 civilians, 3 civilian crime investigators in the field to take up that work. Primarily, this is being funded by a reduction in overtime. Overall, the police department budget, proposed budget, has $5.4 million in reductions that are coming from overtime, line item reviews, a notification system that we don't use very often at this point, as well as the comprehensive budget review recommendations. In the fire department, the proposed budget is $451.2 million in the general fund. Part of the analysis that we did in the police, both police and fire departments, was as we looked at overtime. Generally speaking, in any organization, overtime, if utilized properly, is more efficient, cost efficient than hiring positions. And periodically, we review both of those departments to see where are we spending overtime in areas, and would it be a better investment in terms of adding positions and reducing the overtime. And so 8 new uniform positions will be proposed to be added to our training academy and recruitment and application processing. Those positions right now are being funded by overtime, and then we're backfilling those positions at the stations. So we will see savings by adding these positions. There's an additional position that we're proposing to add to perform and be dedicated to annual school fire inspections. Again, this is another area where we have been utilizing overtime, where it's a little more efficient for us to add a position and reduce that overtime expense in the fire department. Overall, there's $3.7 million in reductions in the fire department. $2.9 million of that is in overtime, and $783,000 in line item reviews and other adjustments that are identified in the comprehensive budget review. In our solid waste management fund, is proposed at $171.6 million. We are proposing a $1 increase in the monthly fee for solid waste. We still have very competitive rates in terms of our peer cities and the local private providers, and we'll share that information with you at the solid waste budget work session. Overall, the budget is proposed to go up about $3.1 million, and that's to help support the operations at the Starcrest transfer station, which we took control of here earlier this year or last year from a private contractor. That's one of 3 sites that our solid waste crews use to remove material, and we're adding 2 positions to keep up with our customer growth. Solid waste visits over 400,000 homes twice a week, and making sure that we're keeping up with that work is critical. The airport fund proposed budget is at $85.9 million. The increase overall in the operations budget is at 3%, which aligns with our financial policy at the airport. We are anticipating to exceed 10.5 million passengers this fiscal year. Again, 47 nonstop locations that are flying out of SAT with 12 different carriers. The terminal project, which we will update you all at the budget work session, is underway and is on schedule, on budget, and on time to be completed in the second quarter of 2028. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the 27 officers that we're adding for Terminal C will be funded out of the airport fund. Our Development Services Fund, which is one of the funds we focused on in our budget, in our 5-year forecast, and in our earlier conversations, accounts for all our revenues and expenses related to development activities in the city. And our revenues are certainly closely tied to economic conditions. We've not increased or changed the revenue model at Development Services since 2008. And over the last year, we talked about this as part of last year's proposed budget, that we were going to work during the fiscal year 26 with the development community to revisit these areas. One of the things that's critical for us, and you'll see in the budget work session with Development Services, is making sure that we're keeping up with our commitments in terms of our performance measures, our plan reviews, our inspection timelines, to keep projects rolling and moving through the process. We implemented a strategic hiring freeze in fiscal year 26 to begin addressing part of our deficit. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget includes the first year of a 3-year plan to increase revenues by 35%, by increasing revenues by 15%. And again, we've worked very closely with the development community in this area. The balance here is making sure that we can operate and respond to requests, whether they're residential or commercial, in a timely manner to not delay projects. And we believe this proposed plan helps us maintain that as we go forward. You'll see on the chart on the table there at the bottom, we did see a downward change in new residential this fiscal year from fiscal year 25. We're projecting a slight increase for fiscal year 27 for both commercial and residential, and hoping that commercial continues to outpace that development. Part of that residential and commercial aspect ties back to our property tax and making sure that those projects that are under construction or plan to be constructed get through the process and get constructed on time. And that helps us from a new value standpoint in terms of taxable values on our property tax side. So I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that our capital budget is proposed at $1.4 billion. Most of this increase is due to the largest piece of that pie chart you see on the slide, which is the airport has a proposed spend of $860 million, which is 61% of our capital budget in fiscal year 27. And then that is followed by our number 2 priority in terms of work, which is our street work. That's the completion of our 2022 bond program, as well as our SMP program that's funded through the capital budget at 15% or $218 million worth of spend as we go into fiscal year 27. Again, we're going to go through the capital budget with you all and the debt management plan, so we'll go into more detail. There are a number of new projects that we are proposing to add in the capital budget. The removal of a low water crossing at Vital Creek, which experienced the devastating flood and loss of life last June. We are proposing to continue the work in shoring up and rebuilding the dam at Red Berry, which flows into the Salado Creek. And we'll walk through those projects with you. We're making some adjustments in terms of replacement of HVAC systems at 2 of our branch libraries that are in need of that. We try to do that on an annual basis to keep up with the maintenance requirements at those heavily used facilities. So obviously today is just the budget proposal. Budget town halls begin next week. We have 7 scheduled for next week and 3 the following week. Our budget work sessions begin next week. Our tax rate hearings that you will consider here shortly are on September 2nd and the 10th, with budget adoption on September 17th. I wanted to share with you the proposed budget work session that we have for the next couple of weeks. On Tuesday, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we will go through all of the reductions and all of the revenue. And Freddie will give that presentation. All the departments will be here to certainly answer detailed questions. On Wednesday, August 19th, we will cover, much like we did last year as part of the budget work session, primarily a focus on the city-initiated TERS and the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department. On August 25th, Human Services Homeless Services, Human Services, Health, and ACS. On the 26th, we'll cover the Convention Center, Arts, visits to San Antonio, the airport, and DSD. On Tuesday, September 1st, will be an important conversation because we'll give you an update on the bond, our debt management plan, our capital delivery, as well as the Public Works budget presentation. Just in terms of the bond update, and I think I've shared this with all of you, based on the taxable values and the decrease in taxable values, barring any change that we've discussed as a group, or you all have discussed as a group, in terms of utilizing a variable rate approach with our bond program, our capacity right now, based on the decline in taxable value, is $450 million for a 2027 bond program. So certainly we'll go into a lot more detail with you on September 1st. Not shown on here is, but if you'll notice on the calendar that we send out weekly, we do have marked for September 30th a B-session conversation with the council about the 2027 bond program. So as soon as we adopt budget, we're going to go straight into those conversations with you all. On September 2nd, we'll cover fire, police, municipal court. September 8th, library, parks, economic development, solid waste. The 9th, we'll cover all the other departments and employee compensation and HR. And then we, as we've historically done, are leaving 2 budget work sessions for you all to discuss potential amendments as a group as we approach the September 17th consideration of the budget for you all. So, Mayor, Council, that concludes my presentation. I want to thank you all for the frank conversation that you all had in May and in June. It is instrumental to us as we go through the budget, and I certainly understand the ramifications and the significance of what we're proposing today and utilizing the unused increment. It has been 33 years since the city has adjusted that tax rate, and I think that's important to recognize. So I don't take that recommendation lightly, but I do feel like, given that we are in a downward cycle, that we need to make the structural changes for our organization and for the community to maintain the services that we provide. Certainly I'm sure that there will be plenty of council conversation about alternatives to that, and we're prepared for that. But I appreciate the conversation that you all and the guidance that you all as a group have given us, because it was important to a lot of the work that we did at the end of May in preparation for the June trial budget, and then frankly instrumental to the work that we did in the month of July in terms of focus that we took for the proposed budget. So, and then lastly, all the folks behind me in the audience, from Maria and Justina and Freddie and the rest of the ELT and the department directors and the fiscal staff and all the departments, because they have been hard at work since late March to prepare for the forecast, the trial budget, and eventually the proposed budget we have. Everybody's on pins and needles because, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, we got another month of this, and there'll be plenty of conversation, and looking forward to that. But appreciate all the work that the folks behind me did to get us to today's point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Eric. Let me reiterate my thanks to you and the staff that has worked very hard and certainly has tried to make sure that we were all prepared for this meeting as well. I know a lot of hard work goes into making the determination about where some of these cuts can do and improvements can do what we have described, which is minimizing impacts on our most vulnerable and trying to minimize any long-term impacts as a result of some of these changes. So thank you. We have one individual that has signed up to speak on this item, Jack Finger.
Well, Mayor Jones, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, my name is Jack Finger, and I was observing a few things from the presentation made here a moment ago. it's obvious that you're not living within your means. Like we, the taxpayers, have to live within our means. You're giving a 3% increase in salaries to the bureaucracy. And how much are you raising our tax rates? 3%. You're going to raise our fees for, well, ambulances, yeah. You're going to raise our garbage pickup fees. And you're going to increase the police force by a mere pittance of 20 or 30 individuals. Something we've been clamoring our needs for years. The city manager at the beginning said, we, the taxpayers, are suffering like as if we were in a recession. Yes, it is like we are in a recession. With inflation going up how much? Everybody feels this. We can't buy the stuff, the groceries we used to buy. What do you want to do? Instead of lowering our taxes for us who are suffering, you want to raise it because you need to increase the income, the revenue. You know what this reminds me of? Some bureaucrat many years ago had a crazy suggestion to his government offices, and this is what he said. And I'm replacing his office with that of the City Council tax hike. It's a proposed tax hike. City Council tax hike, quote, the beatings shall continue until morale improves. Yeah. The beatings shall continue until morale improves. You realize what you're doing here? You want to add gasoline to our fires. We can't afford it, and you say, well, and consequently, our property tax values go down. That brings less revenue in. It says, oh, well, we can't have that happen. We've got to increase our revenue. And what do? You raise our taxes on people who are having very hard times surviving. But you decide to raise what was the beds for the homeless? What was it? Not $9 million there or so? Your priorities are all skewed.
Okay, that was the only member of the public signed up to speak on item 5, excuse me. Okay, we will move on to council discussion. Councilmember White.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to begin with the good. Thank you to Eric for the presentation, Justina, everybody in the budget department for all of the work. I know it's a tough job. I know we're in a tough spot, so I don't want any of that to go unnoticed after my comments shortly, because it goes without saying that I am not happy at all with where we at. And the thought that we would raise taxes on the citizens of San Antonio right now is frankly unconscionable. But you guys, the work you've done, it's extremely valuable. One example, right-sizing library staffing against a documented drop in use. That's the exact kind of work that we need to be doing. I think I saw up there $12.8 million that we found through our, beginning the zero-based budgeting effort, these budget reviews. We've looked at these departments. We found $12.8 million. That's really good work, but we frankly need more of that. So again, thank you all for the work you have done. We need to make no mistake about this conversation today and the votes that we are about to take. All right, this is a first step to a property tax increase on the citizens of San Antonio. At a time when people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, at a time where everything is so expensive for our citizens. The thought that this city government would sit up here and raise the people's property taxes when, frankly, we just have not done everything that we can yet as a city to make sure that the frivolous, the wasteful spending is gone, or that we have gotten rid of all of the nice-to-haves. For 33 years, we haven't done this. We went through 9/11. We went through the financial crash in the early 2000s. We went through COVID, yet somehow we didn't raise taxes on the citizens, yet somehow today we think that this is something that should be considered. Frankly, it's outrageous. Our taxpayers do not have the option to simply increase their household budgets when costs go up. They have to make the difficult choices, reduce spending, restructure priorities. Yet today we talk about just let's bring some more revenue into the city and raise taxes on the citizens. It's not right. Got so much in this budget. I mean, we only got this budget book a couple of days ago, right? And just my team and I worked over the weekend and we took a look at it. I mean, so much money in here to still be cut. Sister cities, $300,000. Protocol and diplomacy, $400,000. GEO support services, $100,000. There's economic development support services line items, $2.7 million across 6.3 positions. The worst of these is an economic development compliance support services for $800,000, which actually costs more than the two actual compliance functions that it supports combined. Human services, communications, and engagement. The description on this one says this is separate from the individual advertising and marketing budgets that exist for the division. I mean, the duplication is right there in the description. Mayor's Fitness Council, $700,000. Maybe somebody can tell me, I think Mayor Nurnberg put that into place. Maybe somebody can tell me what's come out of that in the last 8 years. SA Tomorrow rezoning, city-initiated rezoning of private property to conform to an adopted plan. Then there's duplicative efforts. Efforts that, frankly, we should be going to the county to work with them on. Downtown operations, general fund, paying for landscaping, lighting, sanitation, when we've got PID assessments that should cover most of this. How we can sit up here and tell the citizens we're considering raising their taxes without first going through our budget with a fine-tooth comb to cut out some of this stuff, I can't imagine. And let's be clear about this. This is a structural problem with the way we spend money as a city. And last night I was thinking about it, and I compare it to this. In people's everyday lives, right? Maybe they go to the store to get the groceries for the week. While they're there, they've gotten in the habit of picking up their favorite bag of candy. When they go to the movie theater, rather than getting the medium drink, they're in the habit of getting the large. At home for cable, maybe they get Netflix and Hulu. And you get in the habit of doing these things, you do them over and over and over again. It just becomes a part of what you do, but you don't really need to do them. That's what's going on right here at City Hall. For years, we spend on all these things, and it just becomes a part of what we do. And where does that land us? With this $158 million deficit. You know, it's funny, I saw something the other day, and somebody was blaming the mayor for this deficit. And I said no. I mean, I got a lot of issues with the mayor. There's no question about that. We've talked about him. But the mayor cannot be blamed for this budget deficit. This is the result of at least a decade's worth of spending habits that have to stop. And to be in this situation and say that the answer is to take more money from the citizens of San Antonio is absolutely wrong. I mean, I got, my biggest other issue, of course, will come as no surprise. We do a study 3 years ago for more than 6 figures that says we need more officers patrolling the streets of San Antonio. It said we needed 360. I believe we've put 200. We funded 200. We need another 170. I mean, how many instances of crime and shootings and whatever else have we seen just over the past 2 weeks? We partnered with UTSA on that hotspot policing study that showed when you put officers visible on the ground in high crime areas, guess what happens? The crime goes down. I think there was a slide earlier today that showed council's #1 priority is public safety. It was there in the top again for the citizens as well. Yet nowhere in this $1.7 billion budget can we come up with $1 million or $2 million to get safe officers. How about another safe officer in each district? We all hear all the time how much our citizens want more safe officers. More officers on the street helps deter crime, keep our citizens safe. That's our #1 priority. Why in the world in this $1.7 billion budget is there not money for that? This is, the tax increase too, right? It's being proposed for this year, next year. I don't even think that closes what our budget deficit will be in 5 years. This is a Band-Aid, folks. It'll help get us through this year. It'll help get us through next year. 5 years from now, we'll be in the same situation unless this city government right-sizes itself, gets rid of the waste. We are bloated, and gets back to doing what a city government is supposed to do. That's focus on core city services, it's public safety, it's critical infrastructure. We got to leave everything else alone.
Thank you. Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric. This morning is the city's first opportunity to hear proposed fiscal year 2027 operating and capital budget. I recognize the significant amount of work and thoughtful consideration that went into developing the proposal, particularly the financial challenges before us as a result of our current economic status nationally. I want to thank our city manager, Eric Walsh, Deputy Chief City Manager, Maria Villagomez, Assistant City Manager, Justina Tate, and the entire budget team for their work and preparation over the month of July. I understood when I was elected in 2021 that as a result of the COVID and the ARPA dollars that we would get to this point where we would need to consider a proposed tax increase. And I think that you've come very conservatively with that variable, and I appreciate this. In terms of some of the comments that were mentioned here and comments that will be mentioned in the future, we cannot cut our way out of this budget. I do not believe any allegations that there has been fraudulent spending, and I sit on the audit committee. Is there places we can tighten up? Of course there is. But this is about investment. This is about economic development and growth. And this only happens if we invest strategically. And what we're asking is not for the citizens to be burdened, but what we're asking them to do is to invest into their city, invest back into the city services that they expect and that they deserve, and invest back into the infrastructure. I think now more than ever is the right time as we look at the police contracts and bringing forward, making sure we have a well-funded police department, making sure we have a well-funded city department so that people continue to stay. Some of the ideas of the departments to cut, sister cities, National League of Cities, where that is where I am today, contributing and learning, I think is short-sighted and works if you are a city that is under 60,000 people. But we are the sixth largest city in San Antonio, so we need to work as a large city. So as we move forward, we need to understand that it is important that our responsibility as elected officials is to approach this challenge and do what we were elected to do, which was make difficult decisions and provide the essential city services that they need. This is not a household budget, but I look forward to, in the future, helping my residents with the help of programs funded by my office to make sure, and working in public-private partnerships with our financial institutions, that they are looking at their budget and that they're seeing that this is manageable. When it comes to fee waivers and fee increases, those things can be reduced if we look at recycling more, conservation more. We can make sure that our rates stay the same, if not lower, by reducing our trash can size. So this panic, this gloom and doom, I think we know economically we face challenges. We know it's more difficult to go to the grocery store and get what we need, but we also know that we are not in the burning era that some would like to say that we are. I do look forward to more conversations. I do look forward to hearing from the different departments and maybe possibly adding to those departments, Eric, as we move forward. I also look forward to discussing our city contracts and making sure that we can continue to fund specifically those organizations that were mentioned earlier, that I have met with and talked with about maybe just adjusting to making sure that we're looking and being most strategic on how we use the funds. And in particular, as we talk about the most vulnerable, and I think about San Antonio Education Partners, that impacts one of my school districts, and I have 4 in District 3, significantly. So I think it's important that we look at that and we continue to move forward and have conversations. My belief is that economic development, investment in the city, and truly a public private partnership, because can work successfully in areas across the city as the city continues to grow. So as we move forward and as we look at the budget, I think you need to provide more than a week's worth of work to tell me that this validates your claims of why we should cut budgets, because we're going to talk about how much we've been working. I've been working all summer on this, in addition to when I got elected in 2021, knowing that this day was coming. So my challenge to you is that we as council, if we are going to preach that we shouldn't do it, that then council colleagues look at their offices first to see where they can save money and then contribute to programs that will help with economic development. So I look forward to moving forward and having these conversations. The reality is everything is going up. City of San Antonio needs to provide services, residents expect services, and I believe that the city manager and the team has brought a great initial conversation. And I think we need to talk about the business of where we're going to make this budget will work, and stop with allegations that after 4 years on council have not been proved. So my District 3 Budget Town Hall will be held on August 18th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. on the Southside Lions Senior Center. I ask that you all come by. If you have heard something that you have further questions on, please reach out to my office, and I look forward to seeing you all on Tuesday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Spears.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank city staff for your hard work putting this together. I know it's hard, and it's hard to try to appease so many of us with differing, we all want the same thing but have a different approach, and I understand that that's really hard to do. But I think there's more work to do. I have some questions. I guess that's where I'll start. Can we look at an actual budget scenario without the increment increase and without the tax increase?
Without the use of the unused increment, Councilwoman? Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think I'm anticipating that you all are going to want to see an alternative, but we don't have one prepared right now.
Sure.
But it would probably tie back to some of the reductions that we showed you in the trial budget that we did not propose, as well as some above and beyond what we showed you in June. But we can certainly work on a scenario, or a couple of scenarios actually.
Okay. I'd also like to see how much we could save if we did just an across-the-board cut percentage-wise on non-mandated spending, like a 1%, 3% sort of thing, 5%. And also, which departments had the biggest increase other than police and fire, and the largest decrease other than police and fire? I want to echo what Councilman White said. I'd like to see also where we're duplicating services that the county we can come alongside the county or other suburban cities and work together, combine funding. Top of mind would be ACS, but I'd like to see how we could do that. And then you mentioned we're going to continue on with the freeze on non-essential hiring, and I don't know if you already have the number on how much that saves us, but I'd be interested in that. Do you already have it?
Go ahead, Justina. We do have that built into the 27 and 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Councilwoman, it's about $1 million in fiscal year 2027, and we're projecting about $2 million in 2028.
Thank you. I'd also like to know how we determined which programs created the COVID-related funding, and how we decided which ones remain in the budget.
So, Councilwoman, do you want to answer at the end? I don't want to take your time.
Yeah, sure.
Freeze the time
Yeah.
if you want to.
Okay, freeze.
Go ahead. Yeah, freeze the time, please.
So, when the city utilized ARPA dollars, we expressly avoided creating recurring expenses within the general fund. Frankly, unlike a lot of other local governments in the country, there were a handful of programs that we funded initially with ARPA in 2021 that we assumed into the general fund in 2022, and they were some increases to our domestic violence program. There was an adjustment for senior center hours, which we funded, but by far the majority of the money, practically the entire amount that we spent in terms of ARPA, was spent on one-time things, or was spent on one-time funding of agencies that went through the council process. So we're not. Unlike some of the other Texas cities that are feeling the pinch because of the elimination of ARPA funds, that's not causing our issue, because we didn't fund police officers with it. We didn't do We didn't do street maintenance with it. We focused it on one-time sources.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. Here's one of the things that I'm struggling with. In the proposal we received, we're reducing each district's capital budget by $800,000, and I'm really struggling on how I'm going to explain to my constituents why some non-essential programs and services are more important than their streets. So I'm going to have a really hard time with that one. If we can, that's a huge decrease and hit to exactly what we're supposed to be doing within our districts. I'd also like to see the clear, measurable benchmarks we're going to use to prove that these programs are working and that taxpayers are seeing results, the ones that we're looking at keeping. And if we've done a full review of all of our contracts at the city. But beyond that, just some comments I wanted to make. First, I wanted to thank Justina. We had a couple of extra budget town halls for District 9. I was trying to reach all of the quadrants early on, so we had a couple, and she came to all of them, and then Art came, and Maria came, and we had really robust discussion about the tax rate. And so thank you for taking the time during this busy time. But and also I'm happy to hear you're going to be breaking out the tax increment by district at our town halls. That was the number one question I think I got from my district, was that. So this past Tuesday, we got an email, a citywide email for employees from our city departments about results-based accountability. The training asks for 3 very basic questions. How much did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off? 3 questions make better decisions. And I think that that's a good standard for us to be using while we're doing through the budget discussion. Every department I'd like to see every department asking if you're asking taxpayers for more money, I'd like to see those questions answered. I think that's what we owe our taxpayers. And I want to see I'm curious about how our residents are going to answer them. So those are things I'm going to be putting out to my residents as well. We're just falling short. I think before we ask taxpayers for anything, we need to show what they're getting for their money right now. Who is it? Tom Cruise says, "Show me the money." I'd like to see, they want to see, how are you spending our money? So we're going to be looking hard at this. We've been diving into it as well. Councilwoman Villagrán has been working really hard. But we cannot spend our way out of this deficit. Let's be honest, the reason we're here is because we're not annexing our way anymore. We can't grow our economic base anymore. So that is an expected result of the change in annexation. And when you couple that with out-of-touch spending, we are in a bind. And this is all prior to this council. These are things that we're just building and building and building, and now we're in a bind. But we cannot spend our way out of the deficit. The cuts are really a short-term solution. Sustainable growth is really the long-term path forward. And we do that through economic growth. And so that means more jobs, better paying jobs, and opportunities for our residents. We have to find a way to live within our means. I'm looking for a return on investment for every dollar we're spending, make sure that we're just really getting what we're putting into it. I do look at this the same way as a household does. You don't respond to a decrease in income by increasing your spending. And, families do this all the time. They prioritize their spending. They do only the must-haves and not the nice-to-haves. And we have to separate what we need from what we want. I had on slide 11 and 17, 11, I guess, it's saying new police patrol, but it's really, to me, or this is it. Okay, on 11. I don't understand why we don't have more police officers and firefighters in this trial budget. That's the priority on both the council priority and community surveys, and definitely already in my community survey they're saying that. And homeless services even incorporates both of those departments when they go out to do any abatements or intervene in any way. And, we were supposed to do a fire and needs and risk assessment for the fire department, and we haven't done that. So I don't know how we can even be sure we're meeting that mark. I know I have great concern about the number of firefighters for this growing large city, and police officers as well. Presence is deterrence, and we need some patrol. We need some safe. I want to add just as many as we possibly can for both, because it's easily the number one thing I hear in my district, far and above everything else, is related to public safety. So I think we have to do that. And I mentioned the return on investment. The housing. Where's the housing slide? It's somewhere in here. We're a big city, and we're talking about helping 497 people. Thanks, there was. With $15.7 million, that is a ton of money per person or per household. Same with the 1,820 households on the rental assistance. That equates to like $3,000 per household. I want us to be helping people, but I want to help more people, and I don't understand. That just seems like a lot per head. So I'd like to see more information on that and a strategy on the gap financing as well. But I have some ideas. I know we're going to dive deep with each of the departments, and I look forward to doing that. I want to thank you also for putting the taxpayer impact statement at the front of the book that Councilman White requested, and so thanks for doing that. We appreciate that. And my last town hall, I think, is August 19th at Walker Ranch, so I look forward to having you there and staff there to hear the concerns and seeing the budget breakout. But we have a lot of work to do here, but clearly I'm just going to say it's critical infrastructure, it's public safety, and we've got to grow our economy in a new way. Instead, we can't annex, so we've got to grow it by good paying jobs and for our community and the people who live here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alderete.
Mayor,
Please go ahead.
Just 1 second. I want to kind of reinforce what you said, and I don't know if I didn't necessarily talk about it in my presentation, but I did in the letter to you all on the budget, and certainly we're going to go into this level of detail with the Economic Development Department budget work session. But as part of that work session, we're also going to update you all on the economic development framework work that we're doing, and then the incentive policy that we need to renew by the end of the calendar year. Those two things, and part of what we're going to be continuing to recommend to you strongly is that we continue to focus on job and wage growth, that we focus on expansion of current employers and the recruitment of new employers to the city, and frankly, from a short-term or a long-term perspective, additional private investment in this city is critical. And whether that is working through, I know the mayor's working on a number of those fronts in certain industries, our partnership with Greater SATX, but overall, I think the reflection that we had over the summer as we're looking at negative taxable value growth in this city, we need to buffer and bolster ourselves, and everything we do should be in support of those three things. And when I say everything, that means making sure that we're maintaining parks, because there's a big quality of life aspect to that. Public safety is certainly critical. Infrastructure is critical. But those incentive policies and that framework conversation that we're going to have with you all, and we're going to initiate it through the budget conversation because I think it's closely tied to our financial position, is how do we bolster those things and put it on steroids? Because we need to do more, and we need more private investment.
Totally agree, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alderete Gavito.
Thank you. Thank you to city staff. Justina, you're amazing. Thank you for leading the team to get this proposed budget ready for us. I know that while many of us were enjoying July, y'all were really hard at work, so definitely appreciate all y'all's efforts. I come from the business world, and I know that thinking about cuts is a very, very difficult thing to do. So it's not lost on me what's ahead of us right now. And while I think the first round of reductions makes sense to me, I do think that there's still a whole lot more work to do. I'm looking forward to the upcoming budget briefings where we're going into detail on all of the different departments. I cannot get on board with a property tax increase right now at all. I do think that, as I mentioned, there's still a whole lot of work to do for us as a city to tighten our belt. To me, it is important that we are cognizant of what families are facing right now. You know, we know that it's higher costs at the grocery store. We know it's higher costs when they're getting gas. I can't, in good conscience, add another burden for so many families in San Antonio. To me, it's not right to do. We know that we have a potential SAWS rate increase coming up. We know that our school districts are also feeling the pinch and can potentially add more to our residents. And really, quite frankly, the economy being what it is. Like, again, I can, in good conscience, add an additional burden for so many families in our city. And I know that I might take some heat for agreeing with some of the conservative side of the dais. But to me, this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an affordability issue. We have to think about the cost of living for our residents. And again, they're feeling the squeeze from all angles. And we can't, I know that there is a whole lot more work that we can do, and the city does not need to pile on them at this time. I also think it's important for us to put these reductions into perspective. So we're looking, if we look at, I know $158 million deficit sounds massive, but when you look at the percentage of cuts that we're making from our general fund, this year we're looking to make a 1.6% cut in our general fund. Next year we're looking to make around a 2% cut in our general fund. That is absolutely doable. We absolutely can make those cuts. I mean, no questions asked. Is it going to be tough? Yeah. I mean, are we going to have to make tough choices, tough decisions? Absolutely. I mean, so many companies face 10% reductions, right? We're looking at cutting around 2% of our general fund. We can find the money, and we can cut the money. I agree with Councilman White in that what happened is we got so used to doing so many things. And, you know, I know that we talk a lot about focusing on our core services. It is our job to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And they expect those core services to be done for them, and everything else not necessarily expected, right? And so we got to get back to the basics. We got to make sure that their core services are met. We got to make sure that they live in a safe city, that we have enough police officers, that we have enough firefighters, that they're not going to get attacked by a dangerous dog. We have to focus on the core services, and everything else, unfortunately, we're just going to have to tighten up. But again, you know, 1.6% reduction in our general fund this year, 2% reduction next year, I mean, is absolutely doable. You know, I feel at the end of the day, it does come down to affordability, and I feel that when we're fielding calls from residents who need assistance with their CPS bill, from residents who need assistance with their SAWS bill, for residents who are asking for assistance finding food. I feel that if we're adding an additional burden, that we as a city are adding an additional burden for them, you know, it creates a snowball effect, and I'm not sure that they can bounce back out of that. And, you know, earlier this week, I was at a senior center, and I had several seniors tell me, you know, Marina, we're having to make those choices on whether they pay for insulin or they pay for their water bill. Like these, you know, our seniors are on fixed incomes, and again, us choosing to add an additional burden on them does not feel right to me, especially when, you know, again, putting it into perspective, cutting 1.6% of our general fund, we absolutely can do that work. One of the things is, we were talking about this earlier, Kirk Watson, the mayor of Austin, he voted against their proposed budget and their proposed tax increase. When I was reading the summary about it, you know, he was talking about how leadership requires being able to say no. And we have to say no to some of the things that we got used to doing. And again, these are difficult decisions. These are uncomfortable decisions, but they are decisions that we're required to do right now. One of the other things I took from it was he said compassion should be measured by the lives we improve, not by the dollars we appropriate. And I thought that was extremely spot on, because sometimes I think we get so used to spending and, oh, we have to help this nonprofit or this, and we're used to doing this, and then our budget balloons underneath us. And again, taxpayers expect us to be good stewards of their tax dollars and provide core city services, nothing else. And so we got to do that. I too thank you, Councilwoman Spears, on requesting the budget with no tax increase, because I definitely had asked for that as well. So I would like to see that as we're coming through these discussions. And you know, I'll close with this. I mean, we up here were elected to make hard decisions. This is just part of our job, you know, and we are lucky to work with an amazing city staff to help us find these reductions. But there's hard work in front of us, but I know that together we can do it. There's no doubt in my mind. We can cut 1.6% of the general fund. We can cut 2% of the general fund. It's going to be uncomfortable, but this is what we have to do. So that way we do not pass the burden on to our residents. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you. Let's see, where was I? Thank you to Justina and Maria and the entire budget team for getting us here. I know this is a lot of creativity behind this presentation, and listening to us as a council, but also to the community. I think the survey that the priorities that we have and the survey, I think they match up at times, and then sometimes, I mean, I see homelessness come up a lot more. Even when I'm at HOA meetings, that's something that we talk about regularly. So I'm glad to see that this budget is balanced, not just for next year, but across the 2-year period. And I know this does not come without difficult conversations. So I know these conversations are going to continue, but I do think this is a strong starting point for us. And this is the tough questions that we have are the questions that I get from my residents and that I'm relaying, because this is not Evalise's priorities or Mark's priorities, but this is really the priorities of our residents. And our residents don't come to City Hall every day. They don't come to committee meetings. They don't come to A session, B session. They hear about most of this stuff on the news, through our newsletters, and through the activities that we do with them. So I think it reflects those priorities that we're hearing on public safety, infrastructure, homelessness again. And so, I do think this is a strong starting point. I support expanding the homelessness services, especially on those encampment decommissioning pilot, to permanently close those areas. I think this comes up in District 8 quite a bit. And we talked about we can't annex our way out of this, and so making sure that those areas become what they need to be a tax base for us, right? And so that's important to me. And I would support an additional raising of this fee to spur great air investment in those areas as well. But I also think that abatement approach is only as strong as the city's capacity to provide transitional and permanent housing. So that way those folks are not pulled back into the street and then we're here again and again and again. So I think as this pilot moves forward, I think it matters to me that we have housing ready for individuals who choose to leave the streets and are ready for housing. So a question for staff, just has staff estimated any increase in housing as a result of the pilot program?
Councilwoman, we've done preliminary, and we'll go into a little more detail in the work session in terms of the plan that Mark laid out to you all in May. We do think that there's some additional capacity we'll be able to acquire or help acquire as part of that $9 million in capital, both in terms of day center as well as emergency overnight shelter.
Okay, thank you. I am supportive of maintaining our funding for infrastructure. I think another colleague mentioned the concern on the decrease in our CIP funding. Those are projects that we work with neighborhoods on that get a little bit of boost coming from us. They get elevated, and we can work on those quickly. So decreasing that CIP funding is concerning for me and my residents, but I am glad to see the funding for improvements. I think it's HVAC at the Bob Ross Senior Center, I think, is included in those infrastructure costs. So I do support the cost of living increase. I think obviously we know our city employees are the ones that do this work day in and day out. And so I think this increase is essential to keeping their pay in step with inflation and the other pressures on our workforce. I do approve the proposed fee increases that were laid out, including the increases to the short-term rental permit fees for both the Type 1 and Type 2 short-term rentals. And I hope that makes its way in your budget town halls. I think it's just important that we show them specifically those fees that we're increasing. And then also, do we have maybe a column that we can include there that shows them the last time we increased those fees? I think it's important.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just so folks really do know that this isn't just a normal, fee increase, or we really are looking back to every possible fee that we have. And, we talk about the development fees. The last time those were increased was that 2008?
2008, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we really are looking at every fee possible. So I think just to provide more context to our residents. And also I think slide, where is it? Slide 8. I know we're going to have those specific numbers for our district, which I think is so important. I got asked this question last night in an HOA meeting, but really just giving folks the lay of the land, right, of where we are. You see 47% of homesteads are frozen. Just whenever I see that number, it's always a reminder of really where that puts us. And I appreciate those exemptions, and families rely on them, and I understand that, but I just think that paints a broader picture for residents. Let's see. On the reductions, the proposed cuts to the, and I know we'll get into this in the other budget work sessions, but on the 48 programs for the discretionary funding, I think there's some cuts being made.
On which areas, Councilwoman?
On the discretionary agency funding. Justina's coming.
It's included in the fiscal year 2028 plan.
So it's combined 27 and 28?
So there's no cuts in 27?
Oh, no cuts in 27, only in 28.
28.
Okay. So I guess my question on that is just making sure that, I guess if there's any other services that we offer in the city that offset those cuts. So whatever the community is, whatever resources that those programs provide for the community, are there other programs that we offer at the city that offset what those cuts are? I am supportive of that increase to our public safety funding. I hear that every neighborhood meeting I attend, making sure that police get there sooner. The response time is what folks are really focused on in my district. making sure that we have those safe officers with the resources they need to provide safety to our residents. I think that's it. So that's it for now. Those are my questions. And statements. So again, I think it's important that our residents know that we are doing everything we can, and this is just that first step in this process. And so making sure that we keep our budget balanced and maintain funding for core services that our residents care more about is my focus. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Eric, for the presentation, as well as to Justina, Alfred, and the entire budget team. I really appreciate the due diligence of your team. Every year that I'm up here giving direction for a budget on behalf of District 5 residents, I'm always impressed with the work and the exercises that you and your entire team go through to ensure that as we work our way through the budget work sessions, we're equipped with all the information to make the best decision, again, on behalf of our constituency. So thank you all very much. With that, I'm pleased to see within the budget that there is going to be the 3% cost of living adjustment for City of San Antonio employees. Grateful that the city manager shared at the town hall today that that was going to be included in the budget. I know that's a priority for District 5 residents, many of which are city employees, so thank you. Something that I would like to see in preparation for the next fiscal year, this is because a city employee has reached out regarding health care coverage, and I'm grateful she has had an opportunity to speak with HR, but to conduct an analysis in terms of what health care coverage looks like for city employees here in San Antonio in comparison to the city of Austin. Her specific request was for us to explore reproductive health and to compare and where there's opportunity for us to increase support for our employees regarding reproductive health care. So that's something that I look forward to evaluating and then preparing for the next budget cycle. With that, I'm pleased to see that there's going to be conversation around salary compression adjustments, but I do have questions. Will those adjustments and the 3% cost of living adjustment also apply to LGC employees?
I'm sorry, yes, Councilwoman, but it's not, we're not funding complete compression adjustments. Mm-hmm. So it'll vary depending on where we have probably the biggest need in terms of the employee workforce. But any compression adjustments that we do, whether it's in 27 or 28 or forward, has always included the LGC portion.
Great, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it, and I know our LGC employees will appreciate that as well. But I would be remiss if I didn't thank ASME for their advocacy, C Mondo and little mini Mondo here. So just thank y'all. But in addition to that, one thing that stood out to me in the briefing and reading it in the book right now is the library circulation reduction, and with that number. So I created a little tab that has a no explanation mark. For the circulation has decreased by 40%. Is that just based off of the circulation of books, or are we tracking individuals that are going in and out of the library as well?
Well, we are tracking that, but the primary recommendation from the comprehensive budget review was that we're seeing a lot more electronic book checkouts and virtual book checkouts than we are the actual books. And so there's been a decrease in the material checkout. And so the staffing analysis that the Department of Innovation did along with budget and the library department was how does our workforce match up, our staffing match up to the activity? Certainly, there are people that visit the library that go there for a number of reasons, maybe not always to check out a book per se. But we think we've reached a balance in terms of the necessary staffing at those positions, at those libraries, to accommodate the public that come into the facilities.
Yeah, I understand and I appreciate that because, again, right, I know folks are well aware our field offices are within our library system, and I like to go to the Collins Garden Library to read for leisure on Sundays, right? So I see the traffic, and I understand folks aren't necessarily checking out books or using the computer, but folks are circulating the library, asking for help from folks staffing the library. So I want to ensure that that work is being accounted for within this analysis to ensure that as we see traffic traffic and our public library systems used as a cooling and a warming center, that they will be adequately staffed to account for the circulation of moving books for folks that aren't necessarily checking them out, but are using computers, having questions, and of course utilizing it as a warming and or cooling center. Now, moving on to the revenue enhancements, I'm pleased to see that there are going to be increases to the metal recycling fees, used auto parts, as well as the proactive apartment inspections. But I did have a question regarding the implementation for the fee for the alcohol and beverage review. Can you or someone on the team walk me through what that is? Because $25 per application for a TABC application seems fairly low. I guess my question more specifically, if this is a license, for example, a corner store or business to operate and sell alcohol.
So, Councilwoman, today we do not charge when they apply for TABC license with the City of San Antonio, and all what we are asking for is $25 processing fee. So that's the time for our employee, the admin person, to go through the application and log it in. That's why it's low.
Yeah,
The license fee for the TABC license actually is paid to the state normally. This is just a processing fee on our end.
Yeah, again, right, I appreciate that. I see that it says 0, right, and it's going to 25, but it seems fairly low when we look at the impact of alcohol in our community, whether it's a need for more investment in public safety, whether it's the correlation to domestic violence in our community. I think there's opportunity for us to explore potentially increasing that fee, but I appreciate it. I mean, thank you. Now, I did have another question. I'm not too sure if it's for capital improvements or the public works team, but I do see that there's going to be a consultant design services for general fund improvements. Would that mean, for example, with our NAP and IMP projects where we tend to see consulting fees, would that mean that those fees would be eliminated because the consultant design services would absorb those fees?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I really appreciate that. I know Stephanie on our team would really value that because we tend to see our CIP and NAP budget eaten up by consultant fees, and if this alleviates that, I'm pleased to see that enhancement.
Yeah, I heard from a number of you, and I think as Art came into the organization earlier this year, he's seen that as an issue that we can approach differently from a business standpoint.
Great. I really appreciate that enhancement. But in addition to that, I do see the reduction of traffic navigation and as well as CIP. Again, these are the basics that our constituents expect that we deliver on. But I would be remiss, right? I think I also want to express that while we navigate this budget conversation, right, I share the similar sentiment in which increasing property taxes should be of a last resort. But I also understand that has to be done with a balance to ensure that we're delivering on the services that our constituents deserve and expect. And with that being said, right, I don't think it's fair to communicate to the public, right, that one, you're opposed to increasing and or exploring a property tax increase, but get yes to the most expensive thing. I think that message is disingenuous to the public, but we have a responsibility, again, to explore every exercise, but again, maintain services for our constituency. So grateful for the work of the budget team and of Eric on this item. I look forward to the budget work sessions, and there's many more items that I wanted to dive into, but I'll hold on until we enter those budget work sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you bring up slide 6, please? So I want to thank city staff for all of the work that they did this summer. We had really robust conversations in June about what we all felt. And what I think city staff has done is a really solid starting point for us to have a conversation around our budget this year when we're in a deficit while still maintaining the programs that mean so much to all of our residents. So I understand that there is a slight property tax increase with the unused increment that's built into this budget, but this budget to me shows a happy medium of what we would ask them to do. We said go find reductions so that we're not putting this $60 million burden on our residents, and that's what they did. If you look at this chart, there's $41 million in reductions that are across the board. It's not in one department, it is across the board. And so they found reductions higher than what we are actually asking our residents to contribute. It's almost 2-to-1 in terms of reductions versus property tax capacity. We're using just an increment because we need to help supplement to do things like a COLA increase for the 13,000 employees that we are offering jobs to, which I believe all of our employees, we have the responsibility to make sure that we are treating them just as we would want another employer to treat their employees. And so all of that to say, in summary, I think you all have done a wonderful job of trying ways to increase the revenue while still, decrease expenses while finding a little bit of a supplement from revenue. There's one more thing I wanted to highlight on that slide, and that is not only did you guys find a way to balance the budget for this year, but what I was really impressed with is the additional reserve in 28, because we know that this is not a short-term problem. Moving capital from one space to another that is just short-term isn't going to solve our long-term challenges. And so finding ways to plan ahead and keeping some reserve there for next year, I think, is a very smart financial move, and I commend you all for coming up with that and finding ways to do those reductions this year as well. So I'm going to dive into a couple of, there was one thing that was mentioned about seniors earlier, and I just wanted to highlight that the property tax rate, if you have frozen taxes as a senior, this increase is not going to impact you, right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that there is a significant amount of homestead folks that are disabled, and seniors that this is not going to impact. And those are some of our most vulnerable, as was mentioned earlier. Those are some of our most vulnerable residents. So we want to make sure that this is not disadvantaging those folks. Second, I wanted to share that earlier this week, we went to go visit a house on Thorane that we were able to implement the Good Neighbor program at. And this woman that received a brand new fence was so thankful to NHSD and the team that helped her get this brand new fence, because hers was falling apart and she was having issues with stray and roaming dogs in her backyard. That is the type of support that our residents expect from us. And she, having new faith in the city, because when she first called us, she was very upset that she felt like nothing was being done about these stray and roaming dogs, and we were able to help her in a different way. She's now applying for the Major Minor Home Rehab Program. So those are the success stories that our budget of what might not seem like an essential service is actually providing to our residents. That's real value for each of some of our community members that, quite frankly, can't afford to pay for the fence. That's going to help everyone on that street. And that's why I love the term good neighbor, because what we're asking our residents to do right now is be a good neighbor. Because quite frankly, there are some of us where a $30 tax rate increase for the entire year would be really difficult. And there's some of us that have probably higher than that property tax rate increases where you may not feel it. It may be a cup of coffee a month that we're asking you to spend in order to help your neighbor down the street. And I do believe that we have a lot of good neighbors in our community that want to help the person that knows that need it. And a lot of those other programs, and I know you would too, council member. Sorry, I'll direct comments to the chair. But there are a lot of residents in our community that will be willing to support their neighbor because they see the impact. But that goes to the comment that was made earlier, is we have to be able to demonstrate that impact. So as we go through our budget sessions, I'm excited to hear from all of our directors about what are the performance metrics we can show in our departments for folks whose lives have been changed as a result of the work that we are doing, whether that's with sidewalks, whether that's with housing, or whether that's with our SAEP Foundation scholarship programs. All of those work that you all are doing, can't wait to hear the metrics, because that's what folks will want to support. A couple of things on revenue increases. Some of my colleagues mentioned already. We're excited to see some of these revenue increases. As I was digging into the ACS ones in the detailed budget, I was a little unclear about how those fees are increasing. First of all, I love that we're increasing aggressive dog fees, but I wasn't sure how the increase was calculated for this year and next year in terms of the total amount that was being impacted. So in the ACS budget briefing, if y'all could follow up and help me and help explain the impact of those. We've had so many residents that say we definitely need a carrot and stick method for ACS. So if you want to have an aggressive level 3 dog, I feel like you should help support the impact of the budget there as well. I also asked for a couple of things. Parking tickets we increased last year in the budget, but I don't think in this trial budget we saw another increase. So especially for not as much as the higher end ones that are like parking in a handicap spot, those ones I feel like people don't do. But parking in a permit zone, a lot of folks do in my neighborhood. So if we could see what those minimum rates are and try to add to that, I would like to see that as an update, and also the booting fee. So we're increasing towing fees as a part of this budget, and we have some towers in our community that tow very aggressively, and so we want to give the opportunity for other options for parking enforcement. So if we could raise that booting fee from 60 to at least 100, I'd like to see what that does for the revenue options. And then if we can see if there's a little bit more funding that we can acquire from revenue, maybe there's ways that we can save some of the programs that that are potentially being cut from the budget. Other highlights, of course, Public Works. I'm excited to see what the work that Public Works is doing. There was, I don't know if you all caught this, or if Eric mentioned, but the Compliance and Opportunity Access Department is being split up into different areas. And so I'm excited to see that the Disability Access Office is going to ART. I know that Public Works is going to do a great job of continuing that, but I really want to make sure that that gets the attention that it deserves and doesn't get lost. But I trust that ART will keep that focus. The $900K in capital project budget, half of that is flashing stop signs and solar speed signs that are being reduced. We're happy to take that on in the District 1 NAMP budget because it's something that my residents really ask for. So those things, they have a very long lead time, which I've learned. So I tell my residents, if you want a flashing stop sign, it might take a year, but we'll get it for you. So those, I think the impact of that won't be huge. Also looking forward to seeing the sidewalks updates and the S&P updates that we've been funding, and quick builds. There's some funding in there for quick builds so that we can create twice as more bike lanes in and around downtown, which I know we're all excited about. From a housing perspective, I'm excited to see that the major minor home rehab did not get cut and that we have some funding in there for missing middle. So looking forward to hearing from NHSD during that presentation. And then also, just a quick shout out to our public safety officers. So for folks that don't or haven't heard, our police department is going to be taking over our Riverwalk and some of our main parks downtown. So that means we're going to have more bike patrol. We definitely love our bike patrol. So excited to see those changes. And then for the fire department, I had a chance to go to the graduation last week, and so excited to see that there are a few more officers that are going into the training component of the fire department. I had no idea how excited families get to see their kids graduate from the academy. It was something really special to be able to witness that. The last thing I just want to end off with, and Councilmember Viagran mentioned this, is I really don't like seeing the SAEP budget being cut. I understand there might be some overlap there with scholarships with Alamo Promise, but what I've asked some of my colleagues that sit on that board is, can we figure out how much of those dollars are actually going to Promise kids versus how much of it is going to students in different programs? Those dollars have been allocated for this school year because they were expecting them, so a lot of those scholarships could be impacting students. So I'd just like to continue to revisit that conversation as we move forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gallivan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the team, to Eric for the presentation, and to the entire team from the department leads to the city management staff, the budget staff, and the finance team for just working through all these details in such a difficult time. I really appreciate the conversations we had in the pre-briefing with Justina and Maria, the constant questions I've had with Maria as well, that I appreciate you all being able to answer. You know, it's difficult, and we were all expecting it in some way over the last year and a half or so, that this moment would come in some form. And I'm grateful to see that, for the most part, right, a lot of these things feel manageable. I think it felt a lot more difficult or a lot more frightening, I guess, a couple months ago. And because of y'all's incredible work, you made it feel a bit more succinct and not as difficult. But nonetheless, there are still things, right, that we want to make sure, I think you're hearing from all of us, right, some tweaks that we can potentially make to make sure that the services that our residents are asking for are as robust as possible and as efficient as possible, too. On the property tax increase, just kind of to start off with, I think I personally need to talk more with residents about it. I appreciate this look at it and the price or the cost decrease compared to the full 3.5% that we talked about before. I would definitely appreciate the different scenarios, not only of without a property tax increase in any form, but also any other kinds of scenarios we could look at even with the larger increase, just to see where that money could go towards, to see the improvements in services. Because I think something that I struggle with, even with this increment increase, is the fact that it's just maintaining. I think I can certainly appreciate that, and it's definitely necessary, but I think for residents, and even for myself, when I think about what do we want our city to be and what kind of services do we want to have, when we know there are shortfalls in terms of delivery of service in some form, when we still have survey results saying that ACS and homeless services, the needs are not being met as efficiently as the folks would like them to be met, just interested to see what would that number be that could help improve those services in some form. If we're asking our residents to pay more, I think they would expect also services to be improved in some way too. So we'd just appreciate some of those different scenarios if possible. Also interested in the structural conversation after this budget, even throughout, about how we address some of the decreasing property taxable values we see in our city. Thinking about, of course, the EDIF conversations, but also beyond that, thinking about our land use and permitting development kind of conversations there. Site development, neighborhood improvements, educational partnerships as well. I think we hear all the time from Greater SCTX and other economic development organizations that education is a critical part of recruiting private investment here to our city. And so finding ways to continue to support those efforts is really important to me, and I think something we should not take lightly when we talk about what does economic development mean for our city. Definitely interested in that just because we know it's going to be a longer conversation that's needed to have. I'll go into just a couple larger questions. I won't try to go through all of them today because we have the other budget work sessions for that. On the employee COLA, of course, very supportive of seeing a COLA here and grateful that we were able to do it. I am a little nervous about the healthcare premiums impact to that, and I want to make sure that as much as possible we can avoid that in terms of avoid a negative number for our employees. Want to see some different, if we can, see some different scenarios about how high we can get a COLA to be for many of our lowest paid employees in particular, to ensure that those healthcare premiums don't outweigh or go past what the COLA would be. I think for a lot of our working families, including families like my own, when we see a bit of a COLA, especially in the public sector, whether it's in education, in the ISDs, or beyond in governments, we of course are appreciative of it. When healthcare premiums go up, it just means that we're going to be pushed into a more difficult healthcare plan that then covers less and less and means more out-of-pocket costs for the individual worker themselves. So trying to see if we can balance that in some way a bit more. Would just be interested in seeing what those scenarios would be within this still framework without raising taxes in some form on this particular point. On homeless services, again, I think, a clearly key issue not only for my residents but across the entire city. I appreciate the kind of preview we're getting in the budget about what the decommission effort would look like. I was looking at some of the Urban Institute reviews on Denver's programs of it, and what I want to make sure, I don't know if we can get some more information by the time Homeless Services presents later this month. But I would like to understand the full capacity of, I guess, our homeless prevention services ecosystem in some form. Because I guess what I'm seeing what other cities have done is that they commit to this effort, but there's also some other funding in particular, a strong form of funding in Denver for transitional shelter, for non-congregate shelter, for social services, for mental health services, behavioral health. And so I just want to understand a bit more what that would look like here locally, because what I am nervous about is that when we do efforts like this that still are pretty consistent with the same level of funding, that we're not going to see too much of a different result. And I don't want to set up both our residents, the folks impacted by this work in terms of the homeless individuals, and also, of course, our staff committing to a new effort that still results in something very similar to what we're seeing now, which is people being moved from spot to spot on an extremely long wait list to get to housing and to get the support they need, barriers to accessing care that would help them become more productive or at least get off the streets in general. So I just want to be as cognizant as possible about those things and see what that local impact would be here. On senior services, really appreciate, of course, the continued funding there and the focus on trying to maintain the later hours. I did notice in the budget that there was an exception for the late, I guess, evening use for Alicia Trevino Lopez Center, as well as I think it was the one in District 7 that some of our residents go to. Feel free to answer now. Okay.
Centers.
Or I'm sorry, that the count for it was excluding those two centers.
Correct.
And so I'm trying to understand, well, I would like to understand a bit more what those numbers are and why they were excluded. Just because one is, of course, the primary one in my district, as well as the other one is one that many of our residents go to in Thunderbird Hills. And so I just want to see what the comparison's like there.
Sure. But all the hours will be extended from 7 to 7.
Got it. Thank you. The other point of that, and I know I talked a little bit about this before with Melody and Maria and Justina, and hopefully we can talk before the next conversation around DHS when they come to present, is looking at, I'm very concerned with the Darner part-time districts that are being closed. I understand the cost savings of it. I completely get that. It is one of the larger senior centers in the west side of San Antonio. Of course, we have the West End one on Northwest 18th Street. Once you go west of that, there is nothing until you get outside 410. And for the residents in Edgewood in particular, there's a feeling that I don't think should be discounted about I have to leave my area of town, not only within the 5-mile radius, but also outside of the loop of San Antonio, which has been historically the kind of barrier for a lot of our residents, to go to a comprehensive senior center that is nice and quality. But we prefer to have one nearby. And for, in particular in District 6 with Darner and Bethel, there are two smaller centers, which is, we get what we can at the moment. And so I just would like to see a bit more conversation on the back end between my office and staff, as well as just a comparison about space between those two and other kinds of centers in the area. And hopefully a longer runway would be preferred till we get, well, knocking on wood, that we were able to develop a larger senior center in the area. Because otherwise, I worry about the travel time that we discussed at the Community Health Committee for some of the senior center buses that take over an hour and a half to get people to one center to another. And I understand in the budget book it said less than 5 miles away. I respectfully disagree based on the travel time between Darner and Robinette, as well as Trevino, as well as West End, is beyond 5 miles. Anywho, so that's a big key priority for myself and for my seniors in the area who have had a growing presence at both of those centers, but in particular Darner, to not have anything in their community, especially as we're talking about Wolf Stadium conversations, redeveloping an area. That whole area and part of my district has lost a middle school in the area, is losing Wolf Stadium, would be losing a senior center, and it feels as though when we're talking about trying to create structural changes to our tax value and our tax base and increasing investment here, removing public investments in some way from one part of our city, or one part of, is just not the right pathway forward, at least not in my opinion. Beyond that, definitely appreciate the increase in investment in ACS. We'll have some more questions later on there about non-critical calls. But of course, I know a big focus is making sure that we get those critical calls addressed as soon as possible. Public Works share a lot of the same sentiments as my colleagues around CIP dollars. I would like to know, I don't know if we can get this information before the Public Works meeting on the consultant piece with NAP and traffic safety operations. Definitely appreciate Councilmember Castillo's points on that to reduce those costs. My team has also had to cover those costs for some of our NAP projects here. But I would like to understand what's the difference in terms of cost as well as service difference in having contractors doing this work versus hiring in-house someone who can do this work as well or instead. And we can talk more about that offline before the next meeting. I think the last two things, well, just as the last one, is the library circulation. Of course, concerned about that. I would like to know a little bit more about if those staff members also do any kind of programming on site for any kind of teen events or adult education learning and things like that. And also, what is the cost been for our ebook subscriptions, publication subscriptions, and Libby contracts? I've heard they've been changing over time for different municipalities. Would like to see what that looks like for ourselves too. Thank you.
Councilman, I'm sorry, Mayor. What was the last point you made about the library?
Was wondering what's the cost over time been for ebook subscriptions or publication subscriptions for that?
Got it.
And then the Libby contract as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo just thanks to everybody who's worked on this, and even working late nights. Justine, I called you last night. You were still here at the office, so no surprise there. But going to some of the notes I have here, I also am interested in the CIP allocation. I know that's part of the debt capacity. So those are projects done by debt. So I think most of us were interested in increasing that capacity, and I think CIP is extremely important. We're able to do a lot of things supplementing general fund dollars for these things. So if you look at all our projects, right, we're adding shade to parks, we're redoing parks with CIP money. We are also doing street and drainage projects. In my district, we've been working a lot with Public Works on a major street, and I'm having to cover quite a bit of that with my allocation of CIP. So if that's going to be cut all the way down to 200, it'll severely limit what we're able to do in our own respective districts. And again, supplementing general fund projects. And real quick, which departments are seeing growth in allocation?
So we have increases in animal care services as well as police and fire are a couple of the increases in our departmental budgets.
So ACS, police department, the fire department are seeing the greatest increases in their budgets.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you know what, Councilman, you're the second councilperson that's asked this question. We've got we've kind of a handy sheet that shows the percentage increase or decrease. We'll email this to you all this afternoon.
Okay, great.
That way you've got it. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because I think one of the top priorities for the council and then for the residents is public safety, and it's good to see that 3 of those departments, which you would consider to be public safety, are definitely seeing increases. You know, I had my second question on that was going to be how many departments are facing cuts, so we can provide that, because I also want to do at my town hall show residents that, you know, while we're cutting a lot of money and we're asking for this increase, we are also increasing on these services that are high priorities, and we are doing our share and cutting back on a lot of things. And I'm very interested to know, and perhaps more detail later on and when we go through each department, but I know that some of the cost savings are regarding lateral moves for city staff, right, within departments, which would mean cutting programs that they're currently doing, moving them around, and that's a cost saving. So I'm very interested to know exactly which programs in those departments are going to be cut, because I want to let folks know that while we're not, you know, which is good, we're not laying off a lot of city employees, there will still be cuts to programs regardless. So even though Metro Health, for example, might have the same amount of employees after this budget passes, what they're doing will be different. And I think we all need to know that also. And I think the employees also need to know that as soon as possible. I think today the HR talked to a lot of folks, and based on some of the letters I saw, there's still a little worry, right? I think it's a little intentionally vague, but obviously folks are worried that they may not come back. So I think we need to work on that also. With that, also very pleased to see the 3%, because, you know, everybody who works here is part of the economy also, right? And so they're certainly not immune to inflationary issues. And in this fiscal year, have you all implemented the CBR stuff for different departments this cycle?
Yes, sir. That's included in the proposed budget. There's about $12.3 million in reductions in spending as a result of those reviews of those 5 departments this year.
Okay. And can you remind me what 5 departments were those?
Police, fire, municipal courts, HR, and library.
Okay. Gotcha. And even with that CBR, a couple will be having increases. Okay. I'm assuming that we also, you know, implemented the PFM analysis for the budget cycle this fiscal year. Good to know. And I was reviewing their analysis, their presentation that we got back in May. And I do think, you know, part of what we're talking about today, and as far as cuts and where we want to cut and those types of things, you know, part of their analysis that we paid them to do for us says, you know, without a clear emphasis on intended results, the approach of cutting risks exacerbating existing challenges. It may lead to inefficiencies or unmet priorities within essential services. Another bullet point that, again, we paid them to give us says programs, it may be difficult to justify changes to budget allocations not associated with changes to priorities. So, we're all very interested in what's going to happen and what additional cuts we can make. But I just want to give a warning, a cautionary tale that, kind of cutting here and there based on line items we think are unpopular or we think are not worthy of getting money in the general fund could also lead to inefficiencies in programs that would cause a worse situation. I think we all were looking at, the effects of cuts and impacted communities. Is that available? Do you know? Do you have any other information available for us?
Yes, that's something that we'll be reviewing when we present on the reductions and the revenues at our next budget work session next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, okay. I'll be very interested in that also. And I think while you all are working, I'm also interested in knowing, you're right, without the increment, what kind of cuts you're going to have to look at in that next phase, if that was a council decision. But I think putting the current cuts and those potential cuts into the analysis of who's going to be most affected by those cuts is extremely important, because I have a suspicion, right, that that's going to be probably districts 1 through 6. And so I need to be able to tell my residents, right, like your children and grandchildren are going to be at most affected by these cuts because we're not going to want to increase any type of property tax. And so I think that's extremely important for people to know. And what that effect will have on public safety issues, right? I mean, if there's after-school programs cut, funding for places like Next Level, and these children, especially at-risk children, don't have a place to go, what that will mean ultimately on the back end of things. And so very interested to know, yes, what's going to happen without the increment. And I think that'll be good information for us to have for our independent, our own town halls. And you all will have an equation, right? So if someone has their property value, they'd be able to put in to this equation, kind of know how much extra they would be paying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All righty. Well, as we get into the individual departments, I'll certainly have a lot more questions and diving into it, but I do thank you all for what you have presented today, and it's certainly a lot of immense challenges, but even with the cuts and even with the increment increase, we're going to have to do more with less. I had some residents at my other town hall come up to me and say, Councilman, we understand, right, it might be time to increase tax, but we also expect services to be better, right? And so this thing of we're just increasing to maintain, it's not a really winning argument for those folks when they're seeing, illegal dumping outside their home in my district, when they have these lots that are very, very high with grass, when they're seeing a lot of stray dogs, right? And so unfortunately, a lot of our communities have normalized these types of things because we see it every single day. But we're going to have to even perform at a higher rate, even with less, because we're asking them to pay more. So I just want to keep that in the back of our head. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. On the second round, Councilman White has stepped away. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on the second round? Okay, go ahead. Please sign in.
I signed in. No? Okay.
If you've signed in, go ahead, Councilwoman Mesa-Gonzalez.
Okay. Sorry. Just a quick question. I know one of my colleagues asked for Eric, you and your team to give us a scenario without the increment, unused increment, I believe. I guess at the same time, I'm wondering, I know you have an unused increment for 27 and a potential for 28, and what would that look like if more of that unused went into 27 and not 28? What that would look like, or what that would provide?
So the 27 proposal and the 28 plan. The 27 plan envisions and proposes to use the unused increment from 2025 and 2026. There is an unused increment in 2027 that we're using in 28. So to answer your question, if we moved the unused increment that's in the proposed 28 plan up to 2027, that would generate an additional $35 million in revenue in 2027.
Okay. And then I guess what would come back then to the 27 budget with that?
Well, the tax rate, the proposed tax rate would be higher than what we're proposing, but it would mean $35 million in additional revenue in 27 that would ripple through and accumulate for 28. So I think what you're asking is what's the impact if we move that 27 increment, unused increment, because we are not taking advantage, as we talked about in the June council meeting, we're not proposing to increase up to the 3.5% that's allowed under. So it's creating an additional unused increment for 27 that currently right now we're proposing to use in 28, not in 27.
And in 28, we're only proposing the unused, not the traditional state allowed 3.5, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman White.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Real quickly, I want to, and I talked about it with Maria and Justina in our budget briefing, what else it looked like we would have to cut to get those, if we do 10 additional safe officers. Additionally, on the CIP, I guess the proposal is to bring it down to 200 from $1 million. That disturbs me, and I'm wondering if perhaps there's a compromise to get it up to $500,000. So I guess that would be another $3 million that we would need to do that. I would be interested in that as well. Thank you to Councilwoman Spears for noting the taxpayer impact statement, and thank you to staff for getting that done. Completely agree on growing revenue, right? The answer is not to ask people to pay more. The answer is to get more people paying into the system because they have better paying jobs and more money to spend on property and other things. So I'm looking forward to that report from that financial group that came and talked with all of us that I guess we're going to get. Are we going to get to see that before we vote on the budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. So looking forward to that because economic development is, of course, going to be a major way that we get out of this. It's cutting spending, only spending on core services, and it's growing our economy. My last issue here is these budget reviews that we're doing. This year we did the budget reviews. We found the $12.8 million. Which departments was that on?
Police, fire, municipal courts, library, and HR.
Okay, and so there are a bunch of other city departments that we have not conducted these reviews on, right?
Yes, this is our third year. We reinstituted those reviews in 23. So there'll be a target of departments for 27.
So we are potentially, this body's going to vote to raise taxes without us having done these budget reviews on every city department. Is that right?
That's a true statement, yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I know these take time. I get it, and I appreciate, certainly, we've talked about it, I appreciate the efforts to do these, but to raise taxes without having gone through each department's budget with a fine-tooth comb to cut out the waste and duplication, I think is wrong. Just this year, look, $12.8 million. How much would we find in the other departments? We're not going to know unless we look. My last question is, Eric, if we vote today on, is it items 5 and 6, or let's just take item 5. If item 5 today fails, we shut down the conversation on a property tax increase. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. The budget, as you will adopt in September, will include a significant amount of additional reductions.
Okay.
So let me add to that. What you all are proposing, what's before you today after this conversation, is just setting the schedule for publication under state requirements and the public hearing. But it does not close the book for you as a group to make any adjustments to the tax rate.
Right.
If the item fails today, then that book is shut, and we will move forward to reductions and period. I mean, there's no other options because we've got to adopt the budget, we've got to do the public hearings, we've got to do the notifications, and you have to adopt the budget within a timely manner according to the city charter.
Okay. So we can shut off the opportunity to raise taxes on our citizens today by voting no to item 5. We should say hell no to item 5, vote no, stop it now, make the appropriate cuts, and then move forward. We should not be asking the citizens to pay more. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor, I'll just, one other comment.
Go ahead, Eric, please. Yep.
Yep. My recommendation, I mean, obviously there's going to be some concern and obviously more conversations around potential scenarios that were requested, but I think the council should maintain some flexibility as we go through the next month. And you lose that flexibility if that item is changed or amended to leave the tax rate the same. We will move post haste to coming up with an additional $65 million worth of reductions that, frankly, none of us are going to have a lot of choices about because we have to balance the budget. So that's the other part.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, sorry. Tiny thing I forgot. You guys have given us this San Antonio fiscal year 2026 inventory of city programs. If we could please get this for 2027 as soon as we can, that would be helpful as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. In case it's helpful for any of my other colleagues, Eric, in plain speak, what you've just said is we're obviously not adopting the tax rate today. What we are doing, though, is saying it could be this. There's obviously an opportunity to, as we go through this, for that to be lower.
Yes.
And that's the flexibility you're discussing. Closing that off would trigger cuts of what amount just in FY27?
Well, $65 million over 27 and 28. For fiscal year 27, it'd be about $28.6 million additionally.
Okay.
The balance of that would be in 28.
Okay.
And one other thing, Mayor, you all adopt the tax rate when you adopt the budget.
That's right.
That's when the voting on the tax rate gets set.
Yep. Yep. No, thank you for clarifying. I think the flexibility and what you would do by just turning that off right now, absent an understanding of where the $28 million would come from, absent an understanding of the impacts on the communities, I want to make sure everybody's clear about what that would do. Okay. Councilman Galvan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick, just wanted to add a point about something Councilor Cord mentioned, San Antonio Education Partnership funding as well, trying to see how we can maintain some of those scholarship funds. Of course, I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to review them and to discuss the effectiveness or anything of the sort of that for those funds. But ultimately, right, there are students who are starting school who are expecting to receive those dollars to help pay for books, pay for any kind of educational materials, travel or transportation, et cetera. And so I just would want to be careful with that one and hopefully discuss it throughout the next year before the next budget cycle and next academic year to help address any kind of potential shortfalls in the future that could happen. Just want to be mindful of that. The other thing I wanted to mention was just kind of on this property tax conversation, right? I think raising property taxes is never exciting, is never desired by I think anybody. I think for the conversation around what the impact is to working families, of course we understand the impact to working families. Whether it's $1, a cent, whatever it is, there's an impact for folks who are struggling every single day, right? There are a lot of exemptions here in our state and here in our city for seniors, for folks with disabilities, to be able to not feel those costs directly to them, including these that we're talking about. But I do want to kind of just paint the picture of what it's like, for a working family to have to tighten their belts, right? We hear a lot of this kind of comparison to a personal budget. And so for a working person, for someone who's on a fixed income, for whatever it may be, we have to tighten their belts for everyday costs because food goes up or healthcare goes up or housing goes up in particular. They do cut costs, plain and simple. They'll cut costs on vacation time. They'll cut costs on recreation. They'll cut costs spending time with family. They'll cut costs on education. They'll cut costs on car maintenance. They'll cut costs on all these different things, on hobbies, on their favorite snack, whatever it is. And at some point, if everything keeps going up, if everything else keeps getting worse in some form, the essentials, they had to start cutting back there too. Have with my family. We stop going to the doctor. We get behind on utility bills. We get behind on rent. We get behind on all these major things to our life because we're cutting to the bone at some point. And while I don't think we're at that right now with the city, I do think when we talk about, we can't even discuss increases in revenue in any form or fashion, tax or fee or whatever it may be, that we're going to start cutting to the bone. And when we do that, those same working families who have no opportunity or struggle to have an opportunity to go to the movies every now and again, to have Hulu and Netflix, to be able to watch their favorite shows that maybe their coworkers or their friends at school or whoever it is are talking about, being a part of the larger society and culture and life, being more than just someone who works, goes home and works again the next day and struggles until the very end. When we cut back on these public utilities, these public services, what is life for folks like that? To not be able to go to the library, to have worse services there, to have worse services at the park, to have less maintenance there, to have less shade structures at the park nearby you, to know that there's different parts of our city that are just going to be without because some folks just feel, we just simply can't ever ask our residents to do that. I would be willing to have that conversation, and I think my residents are willing to have the conversation honestly and openly about if it's $1 to make sure that every single park here in our city has shade over it, which is not necessarily part of the conversation right now. Fair enough. I think there's a willingness to have that conversation. We can, of course, cut the fluff, but let's not also pretend that the fluff is going to just only be that cutting back is only going to be those things. At some point, it may hit the bone, and I think we should be honest about that and be open to having that conversation about what can we do to prevent those things and to ensure that our working families have a good quality of life in our city, whether or not they have the means to do so. That's what I believe government's here for. To intervene where we can, to provide the health support where we can. That's the whole point of having a public health department. Back in the 1900s, the late 1800s, when we were in the enthralls of the Gilded Age, when there was no social service in some form, we had to rely on the wealthiest in our communities to give charity and say, okay, here, fine. The folks who can't afford to live can have something to be in shelter of. They were able to say, you know what? We commit to each other that as a society, we don't believe people should not have a place to sleep at night that's safe and quality, that we don't believe that people shouldn't have a green space to go to somewhere to enjoy life and just get out of the home for a second. Things like that are the work that we do every day, and I just want to be clear about some of the things that we're talking about here. It's easy to say, right, we just can't do these things. We shouldn't even think about it. But I think it's easy to say that when people are also here who can't speak up or who don't speak up because they're not engaged in this process, because they're working day in and day out, who are just trying to say, I hope I can go to the park this weekend and hope it's as good as it can be. That's where I want my tax dollars to go to begin with. So anyway, just wanted to give my 2 cents on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, when you bring back the options for us, if the vote passes today on the trial budget, could you bring back to us an option that shows us what it would mean for residents if we included the 3 years of increment this year? And so we wouldn't have, how that would affect this year and next year as well. Is that too much to?
The scenario that Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez was asking? Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. We can do that as well.
And it would also be helpful because if we did not do the cuts, it would be 30 this year, but then 60 next year, right? If we didn't do the raise, I'm sorry, if we didn't do the property tax raise, it's
it would be $65 million over 2 years. It would be $28 million in the first year, and the balance of that would be in fiscal year 28.
Right, 30. Okay, yeah. So if you could show us that option as well, so we can see all three and what programs that would include. In that way, as was shared, we can have a discussion on whether or not we want to affect those programs with what we're deciding on.
Well, one of the things I'm thinking about, and get some feedback from you all, we laid out the budget work session, but I'm thinking that we need to, probably not on Tuesday, but pretty quickly on the front end, have a work session based on these scenario conversations. That way you see the full options. And so we may make an adjustment to the work session schedule that I showed you just based on this conversation so that we do that early on.
Yeah. And thanks, I would appreciate that. And then one more thing, Councilmember Munguia mentioned that if we do increase rates on folks, we have to make sure the services that we are providing are excellent. And that's why when we say we're increasing 25 cents for garbage collection, I feel confident that residents will not complain about that because solid waste has one of our highest performance metrics in the entire city. One of the ones I do get complaints about, because many of you know I use a lot of our sports fields, is the quality of our sports fields. And so when I share to some folks that those rates are going almost double, so it's instead of $16 an hour, it's going to be $25 an hour, the folks that I interact with significantly were very upset about that because the status of the fields are not improving, but their fees are. So it's always important as we measure how we're increasing our revenues to make sure the service is also going to improve. So I'd like for the Parks Department, when you guys come to present, to either look at a way that we can assess our fields to rate them on a scale of like 1 to 5 in terms of how bad they are, and then or how strong they are. Sorry, let me be purple lining, how strong they are. And then 2, also, if there's a way that we can do a different fee structure for folks that are like reserving it once in, a year versus someone that's reserving the fields every week for a league, and if there's a different way that we can help those folks to make sure they're not feeling the impact as significantly, since they are contributing a lot to the budget. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. Just as it relates to the budget town hall that's supposed to be taking place in my district on Monday, there was information that I asked for at our last, back in June, which was essentially if we were to not do the property tax increase and we were not to increase revenue in that way, what would be the impact to services in District 2 and what programs would be cut and what does participation by District 2 look like? As well as what does the property tax impact look like for District 2 residents on average? And it sounds like staff is going to be able to get me answers to one of those today. Is going to be able to get me answers to one of those today, but I don't think that by Monday we'll have enough time for the rest of it. And so I'm concerned that the conversation at my budget town hall is not going to be effective. And so I think we should delay it. And I'll be working with staff, hopefully, to identify a new date. Thank you.
Mayor, a couple of you have brought up the CIP, and I just wanted to provide a little bit of rationale behind the recommendation. We reduced it because if we kept it the same at $1 million, then we would be taking from the capacity from the bond program. So because how we use that CIP in the past has been through certificates of obligation that are utilized out of our capacity, and so I wanted to preserve as much of that capacity for the bond conversation for you all. And that's why we reduced it to $200,000. So obviously, there's going to be more conversations around CIP. If there's an amendment to that, then that'll have an impact on the 450 valuation. So I just wanted to make sure that you all understood the rationale behind that. And I know that's an important issue for all your offices and infrastructure. But from my perspective, I wanted to preserve it for the larger discussion around the bond. So that was the rationale behind it.
Thanks, Eric. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? First or second round? Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pick up where you left off, Eric, because last year when we increased the funds for the district CIP, we issued debt to do that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Again, my thanks to the entire team that put in the work to where we are, and I know there's still a lot of work that remains ahead of us. In particular, what was not included in the draft documents, I know we'll have a special session on it, but it's really hard to kind of appreciate the significance of some of these things when we have not been provided the debt management plan. So I look forward to that conversation. 8.3% property tax increase over 2 years is essentially what we're looking at. Is that a fair way of describing it, Eric?
Yeah, that's part of the fiscal year 28 plan. There's 3.9% in 27, and the plan for 28 would be utilizing that 27 increment. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so just based on the conversation, rather the option that was presented earlier, if you took the increment in 27, then you're doing an 8.3% increase just in 1 year versus across 2 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
which would be very difficult, I think, in light of some of the other increases that we are expected to at least have requested of us, SAWS in particular. Okay. And to reiterate, this budget, the proposed budget, only balances if you increase the property tax rate 3.9% this year, in 27, and 4.4% in 28. It only balances if you do those two things based on what you've laid out, correct?
Yes, but
Okay.
the plan is you don't adopt the plan.
Understood.
So next spring, when we're doing budget work session, if you all want to go pursue additional revenue adjustments or additional reductions, then we would substitute.
Understood. I just want to make sure everyone's very clear about the assumptions that this underpins. It underpins, rather, what's been proposed, a 3.9% in FY27 and a 4.4% in FY28. Okay. There's a couple of things that I'll ask about. The one I know that is top of mind, and I know we're going to have a session on it, but just because folks, I'm sure, have read about it, and it's a significant increase, and as you've articulated, Eric, the healthcare piece is one of the fastest growing parts of this. So the Prestige, the issue with the that one provider, Prestige, and the $40 million, how should a normal person understand how that $40 million increase contributes to what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, remember, we'll go. When we do the HR budget, we'll go in a lot more detail. But that's an internal service fund. We spent $250 million on employee benefits for 29,000 lives, and so one of our financial policies is if we find ourselves with one of those internal service funds in a financial position, that we work to mitigate that over a 3 to 5 year period. Part of that is making sure that we are increasing the revenue to that. Part of that is tied back to the premium increases for employees that are included in the police collective bargaining agreement, as well as civilians. It will be, no surprise, we've had conversations with the Fire Association. That will be a topic of conversation with them in the springtime to make sure that we stay up in terms of increasing that cost in terms of either coverage, whether it's deductibles, out-of-pockets, or the premiums. So it is having an impact on our general fund and all of our operating funds, but it is not a major driver in terms of our offset. But we'll go into a little bit more detail. We'll update you all at the budget work session on the conversations with Prestige and Blue Cross Blue Shield. We've made some progress in that sense. I'm thankful that the employees have heeded some of our cautions around utilizing freestanding emergency room clinics. That work will need to continue with employees, and we'll fully brief you guys at that work session.
Great, thank you. I'll reiterate what I shared certainly earlier this year, but then also in the pre-briefs is as we go through the budget sessions, an understanding of as best able, the cumulative impact not only of the cuts in anticipated cuts in 27 and 28, but what that means in light of cuts that we have seen in those same places in 2025 and potentially 26. I think, frankly, an analogy I would use is based on my background is are these organizations still mission capable, right? When you cut them so much, have you cut them to a place where their level of service is maybe not worth the squeeze anymore? And how might we be thoughtful about looking at doing that just completely differently other than just reducing what is providing so that it maybe not even providing what one would anticipate? So a true understanding of the operational impact as a result of those things over time. Because just if we might be cutting it this time by 10%, but when you add that over time, we've actually seen potentially a 30% decrease in something over 2-3 years, then we really need to determine if that is still the best way to provide that, or we might want to do something a little bit differently. For everyone's edification, Eric, when you said the average resident would see the $2.95 increase, how are you defining average?
So the average resident's taxable value after exemptions in San Antonio right now is a little over $231,000. So we're applying that proposed adjustment utilizing the unused tax increment to that taxable value.
Great, thank
so
you.
that's after exemptions.
Yeah, thank you. I want to make sure that the public understood kind of where they were relative to that average. Based on, let me see, I want to go to some of the reductions that were identified. The hiring freeze in 27 and 28, just for the public's sake, can you give an idea of, the non-essential versus essential that these would be applied to, Eric? Thanks.
So they are going to be around administrative functions. We're going to need to be we'll need to be cautious about that because those administrative functions also provide services like contract management. It's probably easier to define the critical positions, Mayor, to be honest with you. Those are
however you want to provide it.
Yeah, those are the critical positions that we can't afford to have a hiring freeze on are 911 dispatchers, some of our evidence technicians, civilian evidence technicians in the fire department, in the police department, our code investigators, our animal care officers. Depending on staffing, it could be animal care attendants. A lot of administrative functions will probably get consolidated and frozen. But that's kind of how, and that's why we're going to review that. Their HR and budget are going to review it weekly. I'm going to review it with them every 2 weeks to make sure that we are addressing points of need and squeezing down where we can squeeze down in terms of cost.
Great. Okay. It's been alluded to by one of my colleagues, but I will also be very interested in this proposed elimination of the Compliance, Opportunity, and Access Office, cutting 8 positions, 9 being transferred, considering the important work that they do for some of the folks that are going to be increasingly in need of their services when we look at the cuts at the federal level. So disability access, immigrant affairs, civil rights. The $5 million reduction in the delegate agencies in FY28, 48 programs, and those focused on children and youth, family strengthening, senior independence, impacting 9,350 unduplicated clients. I think it's really, I know that's in 28, but if we're understanding that our budget only balances if we do that later on, we certainly have to look at how we are accounting for and planning for those. And I'll come back to that when I talk about Ready to Work here shortly. Some of these cuts I don't agree with, and I want to work with my colleagues to make sure we find a way to put these back. In particular, for example, tuition reimbursement for our employees. I think that is a critical benefit and something we want folks to do, which is invest in themselves, and we should help them do that. In general, I'd like to, and if you want to speak to it now, I welcome that. Some of the, I still have a challenge with some aspects of the things that were left in from the trial budget in light of some of the cuts that are proposed. And I say this because, as been alluded by some of my colleagues, I think our neighbors are willing to be good neighbors. I think they are assuming, though, that we are doing our due diligence to cut out as many things or reduce them in a way that is commensurate with the need in our community in light of some of the other things that are being impacted. And so, for example, I mean, if we're looking at cutting a maternal mortality pilot, and why then would we only be reducing our Fiesta costs by 50%? Right? If we are looking at, again, reducing the tuition reimbursement, eliminating the tuition reimbursement program for our citizens, why would we still be giving the San Antonio Botanical Garden $1 million? If we're looking at cutting one individual who does the cultural initiatives, which oversees the cultural heritage districts, local makers program, legacy business program, cultural context program, why would we still be giving the book festival $150,000? These are the things that I think we have to, and oh, by the way, doing those things while raising people's property taxes as proposed. So those are the things that we got to make it make sense and make sure that we are in fact serving the most vulnerable, because if it's, Fiesta, if it's Fiesta and maternal mortality pilot, it's going to be the maternal mortality pilot. I mean, that's just common sense. So going back to that, and if you want to speak a little bit to it, Justina, I know there's a big pot of money that we've got, especially in light of so many of these cuts being in the health space, the 1115 waiver program, and just kind of in general, if you can give us the logic of how, one, how much money that is in that pot, and two, what's the logic of applying that this year in this budget and in the next years?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So we're projecting to go into fiscal year 2027 with about $19 million. And Medicaid waiver has funded some priority and mandated services in the past. So that includes our dental health programs, Stand Up SA, some community nutrition diabetes programs. So we are looking at some of our sexually transmitted infection workload that we have. So what we did is we looked at those programs, and in order to, because it is one-time funding, so we wanted to continue those programs for as long as we could. So we made some reductions, we cut some programs, but then that will, the remaining funding and the remaining programs will be able to fund those through what we're projecting to be 2029.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's really important we understand, to your point, it's one-time funding, but that flexibility and that money in light of the federal cuts that we're seeing, Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and SNAP, it's going to be important that we understand just kind of the spend, the burn rate on that and where it's going. So thank you.
Mayor, do you want me to kind of answer that
Yeah,
first
please,
part
go
of
ahead,
that part?
please.
So, you know, and obviously we're going to get more into this as we get through the work sessions, but, you know, there's a little bit of art behind the math, right? And there are the reductions and the logic behind them come from a couple of different sources. One, departmental recommendations. Sure. There are plenty of departmental recommendations I got over the summer that I said absolutely not to, right? Because I don't think they were achievable. I think they had probably greater impacts. But I rely upon the executives in the departments to manage their budgets and their programs. The second kind of lens is my professional experience, and that is the experience of both, frankly, Maria and Justina, and the years that we've spent doing this type of work. And then lastly, it's the council conversation that you all had in May and June. I mean, for example, the book budget, the book fair, or the book festival was talked about plenty, and I heard that loud and clear. So making sure that I'm ascertaining and pulling that feedback from you all as a group, my own professional recommendations, and then the recommendations of the departmental staff. And it's never perfect, right? And that's why we have a whole month ahead of us, because you all will undoubtedly make adjustments to that, and that's what makes this a complete process.
I appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. As we look at additional revenue streams, I want to thank Alex and Justina for the very helpful intellectual exercise to help us understand what of that ready-to-work money can actually pay for some of the things that we currently pay for out of the general fund. And based on the FY26 budget, it was about $4.5 million, just short of that. In 27, unfortunately, that decreases to about 2.1, only because the San Antonio Educational Partnership Scholarship is zeroed out. And I mean, that's another one. I think that is hard to explain, zeroing out the scholarships for 3,500 kids in light of some of the other things that are still funded. But we'll come back to that as Eric described through the process. And so in looking at the ready-to-work things that could be paid for could be paid for now, right? Absent a public vote. I am very encouraged to see not only the $2.1 million. I had my team go through, and I know that was just the initial analysis. So thank you for that. In looking at some other programs, especially in the delegate agency space, it looks like there may be an additional the team identified potential, and we'll follow up with Justina and Maria on this, an additional potential $3 million. And the reason all that's important is because if you're using the ready-to-work money to pay for those things in the general fund, what that does then is allow us to utilize that money on additional core services. So it frees up that general fund money so we can apply to work core services. And as we can see, the cuts are significant. So as creative as we can be is what I would propose. And as mentioned, a couple of $1 million would help to restore the district's capital, the SIP accounts. And so it would be my hope that being creative with that ready-to-work money to backfill some of those things that may actually help get the accounts closer to $1 million as possible. I'm also very excited about, as was mentioned in the memo and the analysis, one potential recipient of that is the San Antonio Education Partnership. I think while those scholarships, it's $250, $500 a piece, in this affordability crisis, those amounts of money could be the determination about whether somebody goes to college or whether they don't. And so I want to make sure, and I'm very excited, as in the initial analysis, it shows that ready-to-work money can be used in this budget toward those things. Not only could it backfill the 2.1 that was cut or proposed to be cut, but you could actually double that amount. And I look forward to having that conversation with my colleagues. Additionally, Project Quest, we know they do great work. They are another one that can be funded with the ready-to-work money today, not only funded at $2 million as proposed, but we could double that if we wanted to, and if it was assessed that Project Quest had such capacity. So very exciting to understand the flexibility that we have there, and I think that flexibility is only important as, unfortunately, the economy is not getting better, and we will see the impacts of the implementation of the One Big Beautiful Bill continue in our community. Dr. Jacob has already described the decrease in SNAP recipients in our community, which is why having flexibility to help the most vulnerable is so important. I did ask Eric, and I don't think I saw it in there, and we can have a follow-on discussion on it, but I would like to see an increase in audit personnel. Those folks pay for themselves in the savings that they identify, so I think, Buddy provided some analysis that shows we may be a little bit lower than the per capita in other major Texas cities. So I'd like us to explore the potential to add those folks, again, in light of the fact that they fund themselves. As we're looking at additional revenue as well, and this may be, I know you're changing the schedule a little bit based on what we'd like to see here, but when we're looking at raising the property, that discussion about the options that may or may not raise the property tax, Eric, what I'd like us to do as part of that is also understand how much could we bring back from the existing property tax that we collect, but we forego via TERS. I'd like to bring that into the conversation because there's property tax there, it's just not coming into the general fund. And so how might we look at those pots of money across the various TERS to understand what can come into the general fund? Thank you in advance. I know the performance metrics for all of the outside contracts that we have is en route, so thank you. On the bond capacity, I know we're going to have a fuller discussion on it, but just for everyone's context, $450 million is what we're at right now, anticipated, Eric?
With no adjustments to that variable rate concept that we've talked about with you all.
Okay,
yes,
thank you. And of the 2022 general obligation bond, the $1.2 billion, how much of that is unissued?
About $200 million, but we'll be issuing that. We're issuing later on this month. There'll be about $200 million that'll be issued next year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, great. Those are my initial comments as we begin this, and again, really look forward to working with my colleagues as we shore up some of these programs that have been identified for proposed cuts. I'm understanding now we've got some flexibility, in particular with the Ready to Work funds. Great. Okay. Any final comments from you, Eric, on this topic?
No, ma'am. I appreciate the conversation, and the entire. Probably 2/3 of the audience is ready for the next month, so we'll get after it.
Okay. I can see everyone's Texas Instrument calculator from here. Okay. On to item, 1 second. Sorry, yeah. So we talked about all of the, oh, sorry. Yeah, Madam Clerk, please read the caption again.
Item number 5 is an ordinance setting the city's proposed maintenance and operations tax rate at 35.138 cents per $100 of taxable valuation, and the city's proposed debt service tax rate of $21.150 cents per $100 of taxable valuation, as recommended in the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget.
Great. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item 5?
I make a motion to approve.
Did you get the second? Galvan is the second. Okay. It is moved and seconded to approve item 5. Staff has presented, public comment has been heard, and council has discussed the item. Please vote. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aldrete Gavito.
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. We need to take a vote on item 6. Madam Clerk, please read the caption.
Item number 6 is an ordinance setting the date, times, and locations for the first and second public hearings on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 through 27, and the proposed tax rate for the tax year beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2026, Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026 at 5 p.m., and Thursday, September 10th, 2026 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the City Council chambers. And 2, scheduling budget work sessions.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve item 6? 5 and 4. 5 and 4, Councilwoman Castillo, and then Munguia. Okay. It is moved and seconded to approve item 6. Staff has presented, public comment has been heard, and council has discussed the item. Please vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 7, Madam Clerk, please read the caption.
Item number 7 is an ordinance ordering a sales and use tax election to be held on November 3rd, 2026 in the city of San Antonio, Texas, for voters to consider reauthorizing the Pre-K for SA program for a period of 20 years following the expiration of the current authorization in March of 2029 and extending the current 1/8 of a cent sales tax and use tax for a period of 20 years for the benefit of the San Antonio Early Childhood Education Municipal Development Corporations, to be used for the Pre-K for SA program in accordance with the Chapter 379A of the Texas Local Government Code.
Great, thank you. Please, Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Bray. I'm the CEO of Pre-K for SA, and I'm here to provide a brief on the program before your discussion on reauthorization. Pre-K for SA is authorized under Chapter 379A of the Texas Local Government Code, which is known as the Better Jobs Act. This allows cities to leverage local sales tax for the purpose of certain workforce development initiatives, including early childhood education that prepares children with foundational academic skills.
Hold on 1 sec. Please keep it down. Okay.
I can't believe they're not staying for my presentation. They might have work to do, I think.
That's really. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pre-K for SA was first authorized in 2012 by the voters with a 53% approval. During the first authorization, which ran from 2012 to 2021, we opened 4 model award-winning early education centers and the Gardendale Early Learning Program. Annual independent evaluations that are baked into the DNA of the program from the beginning have shown that children enter Pre-K for SA below the national norm in key indicators, and they leave well above the national norm when they're finished with the program. Additionally, long-term outcome studies have shown that our children, when they reach 3rd grade, had better reading, better math, better attendance, and lower special education needs. An ROI study demonstrated that Pre-K for SA returned $59 million in benefits to the community beyond the cost of the program. In addition, the program collectively served over 14,000 children directly in our centers, but we support an additional 13,000 children in 119 local schools and child development centers through the awarding of $21 million in grants and over 60,000 hours of professional learning. In 2020, the voters reauthorized Pre-K for SA with 73% of the vote. Since then, we've been off and running with the second authorization. Our specific promise to, I'm not even advancing, my apologies. Our specific promise to the voters was in 2020, was to build on the success of the program and serve more young children. At the time, middle-income families were especially squeezed out of the early learning market because they did not qualify and continue not to qualify for free public pre-K through the education agency, and they could not afford it in the private sector. So our promise there was to find a way to serve those middle-class families at an affordable rate. And we have done that from 2021 to 2026. We have served over 25,000 children in our programs. We've expanded access and elevated the quality. We made good on our promise by creating over 1,700 seats for middle-class families who make up to 85% of state median income. But we did more than that. When we realized that one of the reasons that San Antonio was not awarded the Space Force expansion, and part of that was due to the lack of quality early learning and care for military families. We worked with JBSA and our Military's Affairs Department here at COSA to determine what the need was and how to turn that deficit for the city into an asset so that the next time there are opportunities for Military City USA, that is an asset for us when they're looking at San Antonio. So we served, since reauthorization, over 1,200 military-affiliated families. That includes active duty, veterans, and reservists. And active duty are eligible for free public pre-K, but the others are not. And so we've expanded those options. We've also expanded our ability to serve children with exceptional needs because we've heard loud and clear from the community that there are too few seats and too few options for those families. And this year, we launched a pilot infant and toddler program and a pilot summer program because we've heard from families that those are big gaps in the system as well. In addition to expanding access, we've elevated the quality. So we work with over 90 child care providers in our Shared Service Alliance, and 96% of those are rated quality, Texas Rising Star 3 or 4 star. These centers are located in every district across San Antonio because we think it's important that families have options, choices for high-quality early learning and care close to home or work, whatever is convenient for them. These providers are small businesses, primarily owned by women. We provide pedagogical and business coaching and purchasing supports to help them not only serve more families at a higher quality, but also to become sustainable, viable businesses. And we serve over 4,800 children through the Shared Service Alliance each year. And so we've done a lot in San Antonio since Pre-K for SA started in 2012, but there's more to do. Last January, the Board of Directors and staff initiated a strategic planning process, as we do every 5 years. And as part of that process, we look at the data on the state of early learning in San Antonio. So we looked at the study that was commissioned by the city a few years ago on the state of early learning in Bexar County. We looked at our own program evaluations and other studies that have been done over the course of the authorization. And then we looked at childcare deserts from children at risk, as well as a pilot, the Westside pilot program that was done by the San Antonio Early Matters. What the analysis revealed is that we've made great progress, but there's still more work to be done in the areas of increasing access, strengthening quality, and making it more affordable for families. So if we are to be reauthorized, if you put it on the ballot and the voters say yes, we will, of course, continue to serve families at the lowest part of the income scale, because that's kind of our bread and butter. But we will also be able to make some long-term investments that will allow us to expand access through some public-private partnerships, to find some ways to make childcare more affordable and make it more available, because at the end of the day, early learning and care is as much an economic development investment as it is an investment in our young children and their families. So just some information on the current authorization. The vote was held November 3rd, 2020. Sales tax for that authorization began on April 1st of 2021, and the sales tax will be collected through March 30th of 2029. The program has funding through June 30, 2029. Key election dates for November. As you know, Monday is the last day to authorize. A referendum put it on the ballot for November. If this is placed on the ballot, we will come back to you with what we call the promise to voters, with more specificity about what our goals are for the next authorization and what we think we can accomplish and what we are promising the voters to do, as we have in the last two authorizations. October 5th is the last day to register to vote. October 19th is early voting, and October 30th is the last day of early voting, and then Election Day is November 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I want to start off by, of course, thanking all of the teachers.
I'm sorry,
support
Councilman.
staff, and
Councilman, sorry, I got ahead of
Public
myself
comment?
here. Yes, my apologies. I got ahead of myself.
No worries.
We have several members of the public signed up to speak. Andrea Ramirez, followed by Paul Rodriguez, and then Diana Uriegas and Jack Finger. So we have 4 individuals signed up. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Jones and council members. My name is Andrea Ramirez. I'm a District 5 resident, a former middle school math educator, and I currently serve as a youth leadership manager at UP Partnership, a backbone organization working to improve outcomes for young people across Bexar County from cradle to career. I'm here today in strong support of ordering the November election to reauthorize Pre-K for SA for another 20 years. At a time when we can't always count on federal funding for early childhood programs, this is exactly the kind of investment that has to be secured locally. San Antonio voters have shown their support for Pre-K for SA twice, in 2012 and again in 2020. This November, we have the opportunity to let voters decide again and give this program the long-term stability it needs. As a former middle school teacher, I saw what happens when students enter school without the foundation or support they need. I also had students who would miss school because they were responsible for taking care of younger brothers and sisters while their parents worked. That experience taught me that early childhood education isn't just about preparing a 4-year-old for kindergarten. It can help a whole family stay on track. For working parents, finding affordable, high-quality pre-K can be difficult. Families may not always know what options are available or how to navigate them. And when young children don't have reliable early learning and care, the effects can reach the entire household and including older siblings who may be asked to step in as caregivers. Pre-K for SA helps address that need by providing high-quality early learning, family engagement, and options designed with working families in mind. And for children, that early foundation matters. Pre-K for SA evaluations have found significant gains in areas including literacy, math, cognitive development, and executive function. That foundation doesn't end in pre-K. It is the first step in a longer journey through elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and career. So I urge you to think about pre-K for SA not as an isolated program, but as part of the broader infrastructure our city needs to help children and families thrive. And as we look beyond early childhood, I hope we continue asking how San Antonio can sustain that investment all the way through, including protecting funding for youth-serving organizations and entities that help young people build on that foundation as they grow. I look forward to engaging with the city during the upcoming budget town halls about how we can protect and grow that continuum of support together. But today, I urge you to take the next step, order the November election, and give San Antonio voters the opportunity to reauthorize pre-K for SA for another 20 years. Thank you for your time and for investing in San Antonio's children's, family, and future.
Thank you. Paul Rodriguez, followed by Diana Uriegas.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Paul Rodriguez, and I serve as Policy Director for Up Partnership. Just to reiterate a couple of points from my colleague Andrea, we are here today in support of item number 7 and the continued investment in pre-K for SA for all of the aforementioned reasons mentioned by my colleague. But I think the only other thing that we wanted to add is that the investment is so significant. We know the impact that pre-K has on kindergarten readiness and throughout the entire academic and life trajectory for a student, talking about third grade reading, completing middle school, high school completion, and also post-secondary enrollment and completion. We stand as an organization with partners that are ready to support this continued investment. Also in terms of data infrastructure, in terms of ensuring that that when it comes to being able to talk about outcomes and all of the positive work that can be done within the early childhood and pre-K space, that we're ensuring that it is connecting across a continued line of support all the way through post-secondary completion and also educational attainment. We know that that is distinct from post-secondary completion and also up for discussions in a way on how that is also such an important metric for economic development in our community. And we know that from a ground level, this continued investment is very critical, especially for a continued time period of 20 years. So again, thank you so much for your time and all of your work on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Uriegas, followed by Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, if you'd make your way up here, please. Thanks.
Is this about you're voting on the...
This is a pre-K for SA.
Oh, no, I didn't sign up for that.
Okay.
I signed up for the, you're voting on the, keeping
on the budget?
On, no, that, the marble, right? The money budget?
That's on Monday.
Yeah, for the.
We'll see you on Monday.
You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
we had discussed yesterday. Yeah.
So we'll see you on Monday then if you're not going to speak on the pre-K for SA item.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no.
Jack Finger.
Well, Madam Mayor, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. I have a fairly pertinent question. Is pre-K for SA really worth its salt? Or is it just another glorified child care program? You know, I was looking through that PowerPoint presentation there, and I was searching for the slide that tells us how the pre-K for SA graduates, how they surpass all their other classmates, at least a few years into their school years. I didn't see it. I looked for some, you tell me if I missed it, but I did not see any graph that tells us how the pre-K for SA graduates actually surpass their classmates by any substantial amount. And if so, by more than just after 4 or 5 years after the 3rd or 4th grade, into the 8th grade, the high school. I want to know, do pre-K SA, does it really benefit the kids? For all the money that we've been pouring into it for the last 16 years here. Didn't see that. I see how it's progressing, how they're expanding their program, how they're getting more people into it, how that's their means of success. I do not count success as to how big you've expanded your program. I count success as to, is the kids really benefiting from it? And now, what do you want to do, Mr. Audiovisual Man? Let's take a look at that to see what that item says there, including the underlined areas there. Ordinance ordering a sales tax and use sales tax election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, for voters to consider reauthorizing pre-K for SA for a period of 20 years. I repeat, a period of 20 years following the expiration of the current authorization, et cetera, for 1/8 sales tax for a period of 20 years. You can return the camera if you want to. I'm sorry. 4 or 5 years I can see maybe as an experiment to see if it really worked, but not seeing any good graphs that tells us what's going on here. You want to expand it for 20 years? Excuse me.
That was our final speaker. May I have a motion to approve item 7 so we may begin council discussion?
Move to approve.
Okay, we'll now move on to council discussion. Councilman McKee Rodriguez, please.
Thank you. Going back, I want to start off by thanking all the teachers, support staff, and leaders who make pre-K for SA the success that it is. I know that many of you, you are preparing for a 2028 election, but it's because of the great need that our city has, the great work that pre-K for SA is doing, and the confidence that I have, and that many of us on council have in the program to bridge that gap, as well as the urgency of the moment that we're in, that we're calling on an early reauthorization so that it will grant much more stability and financial capacity to meet our community's needs. When I was a 25-year-old high school math teacher running for office in 2021, nearly every person that I met connected with me because they had a teacher in their family. And nearly every person I met wanted to know what I would do to improve educational outcomes in our district. And I remembered that feeling of helplessness and hopelessness that I felt as a teacher, knowing that there was so much outside of my control, because I couldn't control the world my students were navigating when they got to my door, or the burdens they were carrying when they sat at their desk, or when they had to stay home to babysit while their single mom worked to support their family. And I also couldn't control any of what they had learned or been able to retain by the time that they joined my class. But pre-K for SA is breaking down doors, providing access to affordable quality education, and they're setting up a generation of children for academic success well into high school. And so the expansion of pre-K for SA has one of our most effective city programs has been a priority of mine since then. And my hope with this funding is that you're going to continue the great work you're doing, providing quality pre-K at your 4 campuses, working with ISDs to improve their offerings, supporting child care providers and early childhood educators, and providing pre-K 3, and then expanding infant and toddler education beyond the existing pilot program. Beyond that, I hope you'll be able to invest in new campuses, especially a new campus in the inner city. I hope you'll expand your presence and support across the city and increase accessibility to pre-K so we can reach all students. We have 3 facilities that trend north on the northwest, northeast, and north side, and we need that presence and investment in the east side and the rest of the urban core. So my hope is that you'll be able to fill that gap. On another note, now that I'm a parent and I've looked into programs for my daughter, I can say firsthand that childcare is expensive. And in many households, including mine, you have to work full time to afford it. And so many people can't make it work out financially. And so they're staying unemployed. And I see huge potential in the infant and toddler care program to do wonders for families all around San Antonio, especially as it relates to our workforce and economic development goals. The research, as Dr. Beret mentioned, shows that we need to more than double our childcare seats, particularly for infants and toddlers. So if we're going to address economic segregation, if we're going to address the impacts of redlining, and if we're going to make life easier for the single mothers who are struggling to make ends meet, or any family in need in San Antonio, this is one of the single most effective ways that we can do that. So a 20-year reauthorization demonstrates our commitment to education and allows pre-K for SA the financial stability and capacity they need to make much-needed investments for generations of children. So I want to thank my colleagues, Council Members Munguia, Galvan, and Mesa Gonzalez, as well as Mayor Jones for their early support in the filing of this reauthorization memo, as well as the colleagues who have been supporters of pre-K for SA long before this was an item for consideration. I know we couldn't fit everybody on the memo, but I know many of my colleagues are advocates and supporters of this program. We know we're going to need to invest holistically and beyond pre-K well into elementary, middle, high school, and young adult programming, but it starts here. And at the end of the day, this is an item that we are sending to voters for final approval. So I hope we can move forward unanimously as a show of confidence in the program, and then we'll let the voters decide. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2012, in the 2010s, when then Mayor Castro started talking about pre-K for SA, I thought this was an amazing idea. I knew that it would impact greatly the residents of District 3, the South Side, the East Side, and the West Side. And I was so proud to support it then. I was proud to support it in the 2020 renewal then also. I am concerned about this early renewal program and the years of 20 years, asking for 20 years before we have the results and the data that comes from our first graduating pre-K for SA class, which I'm really excited about. District 3, the South Side, and including part of the Southeast Side, we've been able, with a public-private partnership, to create an incredible facility that takes in the toddlers, takes in the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds, and just creates an amazing environment. And I want that citywide. I want us to own or be given the land. What is put forward today, I feel, was too rushed. I think we need more time. I would make a motion to delay if I can't, but I've been told that if I could, but I've been told that I can't. So, I mean, it's with a heavy heart that I just don't think now is the time. I would much rather move this forward in the May of 2027. Or fall of 2027, because right now, and I know I've been told, Andy, how is this a reauthorization if we are changing the maximum period of years from 8 to 20? And if this has not expired? The other is, I asked specifically for the verbiage, a side-by-side comparison of the verbiage of the ballot language, and I had not been provided that until, I guess, an email was sent yesterday. So how is this an actual reauthorization and not a new form of what we used to do?
Councilwoman, I'm going to ask Ray Rodriguez to answer specifically the question, but it is, which is why we try to use specifically the word reauthorization and make it very clear in the ballot language, in the ordinance, and everywhere we talk about it, that we're adding 20 years to the current authorization. So, Ray, if you want to address that more specifically.
Yes, that's correct, Councilwoman.
And you're correct. In the initial draft that came out on last Wednesday, it was basically a cutout of the previous election, which also reauthorized the program. In finalizing the ordinance, we added the additional language for the reauthorization, which is for the maximum of 20 years, which is what the statute allows.
Okay, but is the language, because the language I got, or I still had, and I haven't seen the new one, is that you say voters to consider reauthorizing the pre-K for essay program for a period of 20 years. In the verbiage from 2012 and 2020, we call it the San Antonio Early Childhood Education Municipal Development Corporation. So what my concern is, the specific pre-K for essay use, I'm afraid is going to limit us if we try to help other organizations, especially Texas A&M and the school districts, if they attempt to, if they're not affiliated or use the term pre-K for essay. I just feel pre-K for essay program is very specific, and I feel like it is going to exclude people from participation or the funding that we are planning to collect for 20 years of sales tax.
Councilwoman, and may I just add, that language in there in the draft can be amended by this council at any time. That's not finalized. The posting language, which was required to be posted 3 days before this meeting, had the authorization there. If there's any tweaks that need to be made to the ballot language, we can do that at this meeting with a motion and a vote of the council.
That being said, Councilwoman, though, the current language, though, does not restrict what pre-K can do. As Dr. Beret stated, Councilwoman, there'll be a proposition that the voters can see in terms of what that tax revenue is supposed to be spent on. So I think the language does not restrict what pre-K for essay has done or intends to do if this passes.
Well, I'm not comfortable today voting for propositions that haven't been vetted out. You know, the talk of new buildings when there's just, if you could bring up the slide about opportunities that you discussed, that was discussed by Dr. Beret, like here we go from here are opportunities. Can y'all bring up that slide so I can see it again? And Dr. Beret, can you answer what sort of opportunities has the board talked about specifically to address the data they currently have, and what are they going to do if the results from the graduating class isn't what we anticipated? The opportunities ahead?
So, Councilwoman, we have been talking, the board and staff, as part of our strategic plan, again, looking at the data. We know that there are gaps in accessibility for children under the age of 3. That was huge. There also there are gaps in providers who are operating at non-traditional hours, which is outside the hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so those, we don't have specific, one of the pieces that makes pre-K for SA so successful is that the architecture of it allows the organization to expand and respond as the context changes. And so that's one of the reasons we started working with childcare providers, because they can do some of those things more nimbly than we can, but we can support them in doing them. But then also for our own schools, we've evolved as the landscape has evolved. And so we know that there's access issues. Quality continues to be a concern, so we'll always continue to support high quality, because only high quality early learning and care delivers the long-term benefits, and that affordability is a huge issue, as many have stated.
Yeah, I want to get there, but this short notice and the fact that there isn't more of a clear, like there's opportunities ahead, that is true, but because there's not a clear kind of direction on how that is going to help specifically the children in need and the school districts that are being hardest hit. That makes it, I just don't feel comfortable moving this forward today. I would like more time. I'm not saying, of course I'm going to support pre-K for SA in its future ventures. It's just that I cannot get my head around why we would jump this up 2 years in advance when we have the entire year of 2027 to bring this forward a year in advance with more of a plan and less questions. Because what I'm hearing is, let's build more schools, let's see what's there, but I don't see the cooperation yet, and I would have wanted to see more cooperation with other stakeholders who are doing this work. So I'm going to be there for you. I walked the halls of District 3, and the artwork is all there for pre-K for SA. Dr. Beret, we worked really hard to get that pre-K up and running in the southern sector because of the rental problems we were having for our former one. So this is something that it takes the entire community, and I think in short notice to ask them to say yes without, or to ask me to say yes confidently. If they question me, I couldn't honestly say that this is the best. We need more time. We just need more time. So I appreciate the efforts. I understand the need, but I won't be supporting this today. Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Councilwoman, if I may, when we talk about new buildings, we're really talking about replacing our leased buildings and updating the ones that we own that need some updating more so than going out. The goal of pre-K for SA has never been to put a pre-K for SA on every corner. It has been to build a landscape that works for the families with young children. And so that's our primary focus, is figuring out how do we have facilities, much like we were able to move out of our leased South Center that wasn't working great for us, into the facility that you've seen. So we would like to be able to do that with our North Center and our West Side Center as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. But that was, again, almost 5 years in the making. So, yeah, I thank you, and I appreciate it. And if we had just had more time, I think I'd be 100% behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bray, for the presentation. What began as a full-day pre-kindergarten for our 3 and 4-year-olds has since expanded to serve younger children with education centers across the city, providing high-quality early education, most of it free to the families who need it most. This item calls for that election for November 3rd of 2026, extending the funding that sustains the program beyond its current authorization. I think acting now, well ahead of that expiration, is about certainty and foresight. In fact, as part of a Momentum 2030 strategy led by Greater SATX, San Antonio has set a unified goal to raise the region's higher education attainment rate to 45% by 2030. And in that report, the report identifies non-academic barriers, specifically family, caregiver responsibilities, and workforce flexibility as core focus areas for improving student retention and completion across San Antonio's post-secondary pipeline. And completion is the key word, right? That is what the goal should be for our city and for my colleagues. Also in 2025, the higher ed student survey that was done by the city of San Antonio identified 71% of those respondents 71% of the respondents responsible for children in their household indicated that increased access to childcare would improve student retention. So again, whether we're talking about the Momentum 23 strategy led by Greater SATX or the higher ed student survey, access to childcare is essential for folks completing that higher ed education. So I think, again, The partnerships, agreements, investments that make pre-K4SA successful depend on a stable, predictable source of funding in the years ahead. Securing that funding for the next 20 years gives the program the runway it needs to plan and invest with confidence. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues, Council Members McKee Rodriguez, Munguia, and Galvan, who signed a 4-signature memo, and to all of my colleagues who are supporting today, asking that this question be placed before voters in November. I ask for the Council's support in giving San Antonians that choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eric, do you have a comment you'd like to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and I don't think Sarah had a chance to share this part yet, but in the council calendar, we have reserved a September 1st date for Pre-K4SA to come back to the council and lay out the plans and action statements and goals if approved today. That'll be important from a factual standpoint, again, for both you all as well as staff to be able to provide facts to the community about the benefits or the benefits of approving the November proposition. So that is on your calendar right now.
Eric, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay. Councilmember White.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to be clear that pre-K education is extremely important, and I very much appreciated our conversation yesterday. I am glad we are taking early childhood education seriously here in San Antonio. You know, the governor and the folks at the state level are doing the same, and you know, my vote today is not an indication of any sort of criticisms or any criticism of the work you guys are doing or what you are attempting to do. So I want that noted at the outset. With that said, I believe you told me yesterday there's some report coming in September, right? That's going to show us the results of what's been going on over the past period of time. Is that right?
Well, it won't be in September. It'll be later this fall, probably in November, later November. As we do every year, we have reports, and then we have our first cohort of graduates are seniors this year, but there is a report coming on where they were as freshmen in high school.
Yeah, so this report, really a report card of results for this program is coming later this year, yet today the effort is to vote prior to getting those results. And I just have a hard time with that. And as the councilwoman said, when you're looking at signing us up for 20 years of using tax dollars for this with no sort of metrics to be put in place every couple of years that could give us an off ramp. I just think that's too much. And you know, there's a lot of we don't even know what early childhood education is going to look like 5 years from now, let alone 20 years from now. And there are so many other things that I think potentially this money 10, 15 years from now could be used for. I mean, we just don't know what the needs will be at that point. And so, again, the 20-year aspect of this proposal today, as Councilwoman Villagran laid out, just really gives me pause. And it's really just for that reason and the fact that I don't see that we're going to be able to have verifiable metrics all along the way. You know, I just can't support it based on those factors. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Bray. If you want to give a spoiler on the report card, do the kids do worse?
No, they do better. And to be
Okay.
clear, we have annual external evaluations that show children do better every year.
Is there any literature across the country that ever on this topic that shows that early childhood education is not beneficial to the individual or the community?
No, in fact, to the contrary, there's about 50 years worth of research that
Fif-
says
50,
50
5-0,
years, yes,
okay.
of research that says it is the most effective way to increase not just academic outcomes, but life outcomes and health outcomes.
When you say most effective, do you mean highest return on investment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Kaur, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues who brought this forward today, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez, Councilwoman Misa Gonzalez, and Councilmember Munguia and Galvan for putting the memo to put this on the agenda today. Everyone knows that I started this work in politics because I was an educator. Dr. Bray was one of the first people that I spoke to when I moved to the city to talk about early child care and what quality early child care looks like. So the statistic that was just mentioned, I want to clarify. There's always an impact to starting kids earlier in early child care centers, but there is a much more significant impact for quality early child care centers. And the one thing that we've been able to see in our city that you all have been trying to work on is there is a very big variety of education centers under the age of 5. And so there are some where you really don't get any kind of curriculum-based education before you enter kindergarten. It's really a daycare versus an education center. So I just wanted to reiterate, it's important that we actually look at the quality of the centers that have been created. And I think there's a couple of ways that we can look at that. One, another statistic that we know is third grade reading scores and math scores are the #1 indicator to long-term success for an individual, for a kid. And that's what, I know it was mentioned that there is no metric for success, but there actually is. Every year, as Dr. Bray mentioned, they do an external audit. There are very few programs in the city that I can stand up here and confidently say, we do an external audit, and every year there's actual performance-based metrics that are shown. And the one that I always love to highlight the most is this program supports our economically disadvantaged, most vulnerable students the most. So if you look at the impact that they have on economic disadvantage versus not, the scores rise significantly for those students that had not gotten pre-K that were economically disadvantaged, that were not in pre-K for SA. And so that is what I think the mission that we sold, or that then Mayor Castro sold to the community, that is truly coming to fruition. There are also very few programs from the city that you search online and they get actual research-based studies produced in ERIC. There's no other program from the city of San Antonio that's in ERIC. And it's awesome to see our city being highlighted across the country for a program that is truly, in my opinion, one of its kind, a revenue source that is consistent. It's not, well, it's maybe not consistent, but it's at least protected. It does fluctuate, which makes, I know, what you all do challenging, but at the same time, that protected revenue source means they can plan 10 years out, now hopefully 20 years out, so that we can even create more opportunities for our residents. There's a lot that we're working on with Pre-K for SA when it comes to housing as well. There's a project down in the South Side at Juliet Vida that we want to start an early child care center for students with special needs. And there's a lot of opportunity of ways that we can grow. The other thing that I love about the program is that they've done so diligently. It wasn't popping up a site every year across the city. And I know Councilmember McKee Rodriguez mentioned the need in the urban core, and there is a need. I know land costs are higher, and it's more difficult to support that. But I do think the work of Early Matters and the work of getting more 4-star rated school for early child care centers is going to really help with that. So all of that to say, there is performance-based metrics that show the success of the kids. My favorite metric that I love to share is the teachers. This is what I think is the game-changing factor of Pre-K for SA and why it is very high-quality childcare. They are the only, I believe, the only institution that is paying between 75 and 95. Is that the right range-ish? For educators. And one of the articles I was reading that they had 322 out of 324 teachers sign their contracts to renew. That is unheard of in the education field. That's a 99% retention rate. That's probably not even, that's unheard of even in the city in all of our departments. That is insane, 99% retention. That should tell you about the culture, the community that's being built in this organization. And I know, Dr. Bray at the helm, you've done a great job with that. So I was a little uncertain. Obviously, everyone knows I love pre-K for SA, but I was a little uncertain because there wasn't any data to share how this vote was going to go and if we were doing it early and how 20 years residents were going to feel by that. I actually support it because I think Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez is going to mention this, but we do long-term deals all the time. We're going to be talking about one on Monday. And so I don't think it's too much to ask our residents to invest in something that we know they care about, which is education. It always comes up, even in the poll that a partnership did. I know they were here for our charter vote last year. All our residents clearly want support for education. And I hope it's okay if I say this, but I talked to some of the board members and they did a very brief poll this weekend of residents. And residents actually polled higher in 73% saying they want a 20-year support for pre-K for SA versus the lower amount. And so I think that gave me the confidence. I thank you to the board for quickly doing that poll. I think it's always helpful to have data. I also talked to some folks that do campaign work, and because of the elections this fall with the primaries, with the midterm elections, there is going to be an increase in voter turnout than what we normally see in a non-presidential year. And so all of that being said, I feel confident that this vote is going to pass with one of the highest approval rates, as it already has demonstrated. And then as a result, y'all are going to be able to do some really strategic long-term planning. And I plan on helping in every which way I can. So thank you all for your work, and thank you for building such a strong team with you that does all of that as well. Last thing I just want to shout out is we're going to be talking about some stuff on Monday for an arena deal, and I know that folks that invested in the Spurs have also invested in pre-K for SA and making it happen, and especially the Southside facility that's in D3. That is absolutely amazing. And so I can't wait to see that continued support in the next buildings that come up as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Spears, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think I asked for a lot of information when we talked yesterday, but for me, this just feels like it's not ripe. I've never seen a situation where you would provide the funding without a full business plan and a strategic plan laid out. I do think this is very impactful work. I know that it is. I know it's a serious need. In fact, this is something I talk a lot about with our military community. They are greatly impacted. They don't meet the threshold often. There's this gap of people that really need help here. And I mean, I would want to make sure that those needs are getting addressed, especially for our military. But, it just feels rushed to me. I feel like we can get this all worked out, understand exactly what we're going to be doing. I'm not comfortable committing my kids to a tax for 20 years. That means they'll be taxed on it. And I think the work is truly important. We know the study, it shows that it is. I just want to make sure that the plan that we're laying before us makes sense. I mean, how do you project what we're doing over 20 years? I mean, the public schools are right-sizing. They're closing a lot of their buildings. Maybe that's an opportunity, but we haven't seen that laid out before us yet. The school districts, are they expanding their programs at all? I know that they do a lot of this. Do you know what your cost per pupil is versus the market or even versus the school?
Yeah, so in terms of public schools, it is about the same in terms of hour per hour. We serve children, though, from 7:15 till 6 p.m. in the program, whereas public schools serve until 3 p.m. and then parents pay additionally. A lot of people take our budget and divide it by the 2,000 children we serve directly in our centers, but we do more than that. And so I don't have the figure right now of the most recent, but we've done that analysis over the years, and to be competitive, we're for sure not at the highest end of the scale. Childcare, high-quality childcare costs can cost up to $22,000 a year, and we're not there. And so we look at that very carefully.
I know that's close to what I paid for each of my kids too. So I mean, I know it's expensive. So I'm excited to see also what happens with the seniors that are graduating this year, and I think that we'll see positive results there, but I'd like to see that, and how it can impact our workforce, and I think it can only help the argument. I just think we have time for this. I am worried about the 20 years. I don't see the urgency to do it right now. My question, too, is, we talked about, I see this as a need for sure, the night, weekend, and drop-in childcare. But then we're saying that it's educational, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I need to understand that better, how this fits into that. I do see a need, but if we're saying this is for education, but if it's at night, obviously the children will be asleep, or they should be. Those kinds of things. There is for sure a need here. We've talked about that with shift work, or that impacts our police and fire, that impacts our manufacturing industry, all of it. So I just feel like I need to understand this better, and since there is funding through 2029, I'm just not ready to do something like this today. And but it's very important work, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Galvan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Beret, for the presentation today, and thank you to my colleagues for helping push this conversation forward to today. I appreciate the healthy skepticism that some folks can have, or just questions that folks have about, how can we make sure that this program is working as efficiently as possible over the next 20 years and as delivering on the results that we expect it to and our residents expect it to. I shared some of those similar concerns or thoughts prior to this coming forward. I believe when Pre-K for SA presented a couple months ago about this idea, right, of what we could be looking at in the future. I shared a little bit of thoughts about, I would like to see some kind of more detailed plans, and I still believe that we can do those things. I believe, when we make plans here at the city, no matter whether it's within housing frameworks or in public safety or within healthcare or public health or parks master plans, they help us kind of guide the post of where we're going to go here in this vein. But we know in each of those conversations too, prior to the plan being created or even during the plan or after, whatever it means, we know the goal here, right? The goal for the Parks Master Plan is to make sure that we have incredible parks in every part of our city. Same thing for libraries, same thing for housing, all these different things. I think the same thing will be had and has been had for the last several years with Pre-K for SA is to expand early childhood education, high quality early childhood education throughout our entire city. While of course Pre-K for SA is not the sole operator of that, the sole focus of that, or sole provider of that, it has become and has been a true leader in the city and in the nation to provide this work in the high quality manner that it does. I mean, to the conversation earlier about the research behind it, right? I mean, we're talking about the high scopes curriculum, which has been, a Nobel Peace Prize awarded curriculum for the effects it has on students. For anybody who knows me or has talked to me more deeply or detailed, my mother is someone who is a child care worker for years, for her entire career, is at Northside ISD doing that work right now, has never worked in Pre-K for SA, but was at the Methodist schools on the south side on Fifth Street. That was one of the models for Pre-K for SA to go tour, and they spoke about the quality of care there that was being provided to students on the south side. And Pre-K for SA being able to learn from those models and say, we're not only going to do this for this part of town, but for the entire city, is exactly the kind of program that we should be looking at when we talk about economic development, when we talk about quality of life, when we talk about the birth rate in our city and property and population growth here in our city. All these things come together when we talk about early child education. The fact of folks being able to be able to pick up a shift now because they are able to have kids in a high quality education setting that is structured, that is just impactful to that student's life, which can help with holistic support too. It's a no-brainer to try to support this work to make sure that all of our families in this city have access to this kind of opportunity. And again, while Pre-K for SA has its limits, has its bounds, being able to be flexible, being able to work and be available for hopefully 20 years as a stable program to potentially receive state funding, potentially receive federal funding in the future that our state and federal leaders are always looking at and discussing, why wouldn't we try to make sure that that's available? The same way other entities in our community do that to make sure that these opportunities are available, that they're able to say consistently to their partners that we are here for 20 years with a stable revenue stream to provide this service and continue to expand and work with our partners through the storms that we see in education. They continue to lead. your program continues to lead. So anyway, all that being said, I'm very supportive of this item. Happy to be a supporter however I can be. Of course, even within the work that we do at the Education Opportunities Committee to ensure that we are going through this thing with a fine comb, and be able to provide public education wherever we need to, or provide public education on this conversation wherever we need to. Happy to be a partner in that. And so again, just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues and to the incredible staff, Pre-K for SA, all the way from the top down, who deliver this program for our students and just started recently too.
Yes.
So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Munguia, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard a lot today about data, that you don't have data, it's missing data, there's not enough data, but y'all have been around for a long time and there is data out there. So I recall reading these things over time, so I did a quick search, right, and Express News 2024, CEO for Children at Risk said, if you're a teacher and you have a class of 20 and only 2 of them went to Pre-K for SA, you're now teaching to the 18, the other 2 are just tagging along. In 2020, you did an interview with NPR, and you talked about how you have an outside evaluator, third party, come in every single year to evaluate your program. And Pre-K for SA, so children are entering your program below the national norm and key indicators in cognition, literacy, mathematics, and they leave your program well above the national norm, meaning that they're more ready for kindergarten. Right, which goes to what the CEO had just said. And then long-term impact is because of the ways of early learning. So that's important. And then article in AP 2026, it reports students who have completed Pre-K for SA have scored higher than the state average on third grade math and reading, according to the Urban Education Institute at UTSA. Those outcomes contribute to what you view as key successes of the program. Children with the greatest needs receive the same quality education as kids from wealthier families. And why is it important that kids do well on third grade math and reading?
Those are predictive of how they will do throughout their educational career.
Right. So if a child is exceeding in third grade math and reading, the likelihood of that success carrying on all throughout their education is very high.
Very high.
And that's proven nationally.
Correct.
So the fact that your program is showing that kids that go through your program end up doing better on that means that they're probably also doing better all the way through the end of high school.
Yes.
So I don't need to wait for the report to come out that the first class is going to graduate high school and they're going to do well. We can already see those indicators out there. And I think one of the most important things that you all do, and I would hope that some people who are anti-government would appreciate, is that you're not just trying to expand your footprint of Pre-K for SA. You're trying to get other folks up to par on their education providing for Pre-K.
Yes. Families need choices, and we're not the right choice for every family. Some families want their children cared for and educated in faith-based programs, in smaller home providers, in their public schools. We support all of those because families need high-quality options that they can afford, and that's what we're about.
Absolutely. So as someone who represents an area with a desert for high-quality child care, it's extremely important that you all have a long runway to continue working and investing. I know there's also challenges, right, with leases that you have, right, and not having a longer runway means that you're having to continue leasing, which, is not always the best option for that. And so that's why I support this. I think it's a clear winner. It's one of the best things the city has ever done is to invest in early childhood education. And I do want to take the time to thank my board member, who's been, I think, since the beginning of the institution, Richard Bettis, who's done a really great job over there. And I probably think that's probably the last board he'll ever get off of, is that one. He loves it so much. But thank you, Dr. Bure, and look forward to passing this today.
Thank you. Andy, did you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make one clarification on Eric had pointed out that on September 1 that there was going to be a schedule for Pre-K for SA to come up and describe to the council their plans. I just wanted to make it very clear to the council that if the measure today is approved, it becomes a ballot proposition. Therefore, no city time or resources can be used to advocate for or against the proposition. So that September 1 session has purely got to be a factual discussion. Just wanted to make that clarification.
Helpful, thank you. Thanks, Andy. Okay. On the second round, Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez. No? Okay. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bray. Thanks to my colleagues for raising this. I think this is, there's, in my mind, this is one of the most important things we can do to say that we are serious about no longer being the third most impoverished major city in the country. I also think about the recent conversations I've had with foreign delegations looking at setting up shop here, and they're in advanced manufacturing, particularly in the semiconductor space, and literally just in the last 30 days. And the concern is not having the high end, the talent for the high end semiconductors, and so they were talking about packaging, which is good, right? And those, I mean, good paying job is a good paying job, but to make sure. It's always hard to hear when you're not competitive for something that you really, really want because you know what it means. And so I think this is a demonstrable investment that we can to make sure we are making ourselves as competitive as possible for these things that other communities that are very similar to us today, for example, Phoenix, that has a TSMC plant there. If we want to be as competitive for those kinds of things in the future, we have to demonstrate, and I think there's no better talking point to that than this commitment and re-upping this as quickly as possible. I'm not going to belabor some of the points that my colleagues already made in terms of this being nationally recognized, so we're thankful for that. Dr. Bray, can you speak just to lay flat for some of my colleagues? I remember distinctly when San Antonio was passed over for Space Command, early childhood education was a part of that. The other pieces of that were public transit, healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. But what would knowing that you were going to extend for 20 years, what does that allow you to do?
So one of the things it allows us to do is give assurance also to our partner organizations. Our 90, we want to expand to serve up to 300 of those providers. And we are helping them to get MCCYN certified, which means that they can accept military subsidies so that we eliminate what is now seen as a lack of child care seats for military families to actually having a surplus so that families have choices. And that's a really important thing. But to do the investment that it requires, we need to know that it'll be there. It will also allow us to get out of those leases that I've talked about that are not particularly favorable, so we can put more money into programming and spend less on leasing buildings that are lovely but perhaps not as what they could be if we were able to build one for early learning.
So approving this actually, this reauthorization early, actually is a cost-saving measure.
It is. It will help us to, yes, because then it's predictive, because when you're not able to predict, we're not able to plan for those buildings because we don't know whether we'll have the revenue source, and we have to stay within, obviously, our authorized budget, which we do.
Yeah. So in this economic environment, we certainly want to make sure that we are identifying all the cost-saving measures as possible. As we know, costs don't traditionally come down over time, do they? They just keep increasing. So thank you for that. Of course, I will be supporting this. I do want to make sure that we are being thoughtful, having seen firsthand how important this is to basing decisions. I also want to make sure we're being thoughtful about prioritizing San Antonio kids.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is... Again, the military kids, they have other, to your point, they have other choices, they have other options. They also have more means, I would argue, than some of the San Antonio families that are being serviced or not being serviced. So currently, what percentage of the students are the children of active duty? And I say that's important because you talked about reserve, you talked about guard, or veterans rather, but it's the active duty folks that often will only be here for a couple of years. And so we really want to prioritize San Antonio kids.
Absolutely.
Do we have a cap right now on how much we allow for military for students rather from active duty families?
We tend to have about 15 to 20% of our families are somehow affiliated, but they're not mostly active duty. A lot of them are retired grandparents, veterans who are raising their children. I'd have to get you the number of how it breaks out between active duty and also reservists or others that are in the community that are here, they're regular residents. Okay. But also, having said that, it's always with an eye toward economic scale, right? So the lower income veterans would have higher priority than, say, a higher income veteran.
Understood. When you bring back the plans, though, I do want us to make sure that we have a thoughtful understanding of the process by which we're prioritizing military kids, and if that does require, capping it to a certain percentage so that we're not turning away San Antonio kids that are going to be in our community for 10, 15 years, then we need to know that. Because again, all about supporting the military kids, but if they're only here for a couple of years, thankful that they were able to benefit from this program, but we really need to prioritize our own. Okay. Any other comments on this? Okay, great. Thank you. There being no further discussion, it is moved and seconded to approve item number 7. Please vote.
An enthusiastic aye.
The motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Item 16, please.
Item number 16 is an ordinance. It's extending line of duty injury leave for San Antonio firefighter Robert Byer.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please, Chief, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This item is a request for a second line of duty leave extension and restoration of 416 hours of accrued sick and vacation leave used by an employee while receiving treatment for a line of duty illness. And I wanted to give you some quick background on this. That employee contracted the illness back in August 2021 and required intermittent leave related to the treatment through December of 2024. Council previously approved restoration of 144 hours of accrued leave used from January 6th through the 29th of January of 2023. The request here today is separate from that previous approval. This request is restoration of the additional 416 hours of accrued sick and vacation leave used between April of 2023 and December 2024 while undergoing continued treatment for that same line of duty illness. And the 416 hours, to clarify it, does not include any of the 144 hours that were previously approved. Since then, the employee has completed treatment associated with this leave period, and he's returned to full duty as of March 31st of this year. Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 143, provides the initial period of line of duty leave and authorizes City Council to approve an extension beyond that period. Because these 416 hours occurred beyond the initial line of duty leave period, council approval is required to restore the employee's accrued leave. So the recommendation is for approval of the second line of duty leave extension and restoration of the 416 hours. And the basis for this recommendation is that the leave was used for continued treatment directly related to that employee's line of duty illness. Without approval, the employee would absorb the 416 hours of personal accrued leave, which is a combination of sick leave and vacation leave, for the treatment associated with the illness contracted in that line of duty illness. So I am available for any questions.
Thanks, Chief. This one seemed a little bit extraordinary, so I wanted to understand it because I also wanted to understand if this is normal practice or if we'd be setting a pretty extraordinary precedent by restoring 560 hours of somebody's leave. So I guess help us understand. And the reason this also kind of caught my attention is just because of the recent audit on fire departments overtime. And so when I saw that this estimate, the fiscal impact is only $20,000, we know through that audit that when somebody is out, there's a kind of a waterfall effect in terms of who then has to come on and be on overtime, et cetera, et cetera. So especially in general, I wanted to understand the precedent that we're setting. I also want to make sure that we have a good understanding of the actual impact of doing this and what this may mean for future similar requests, period. So any point of that, please.
Yes, Mayor. These type of requests have been approved in the past, and because Local Government Code 143 allows for us to present this to council, it is the governing body's decision whether this is approved or not. That has been done in the past and historically approved. So on the employee's behalf, he requested the leave be reinstated or restored to the original balances, and that is why I'm here today to present on his behalf that request.
If I could add, Mayor.
Please.
As the chief noted, it's the council's discretion. And so every time we have one of these, I guess what I'm saying is precedent doesn't really apply here in that each case is addressed individually and the council can decide one way or the other, not driven by what was done in the past.
Understood, but I think we may be raising expectations if we see this in the future. So understand it doesn't set the precedent until you take the action to do it. However, I think you may be raising people's expectations when you have 560 hours of leave that was approved to be taken, all of a sudden restored. Eric, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to add that the process that both HR, the city attorney's office, and the fire department go through to validate before we put them on the agenda. There's a process internally because certainly there are probably instances where we do not believe as staff and as a fire chief that the replenishment of that leave, once utilized for an on-duty injury or an on-duty illness, doesn't warrant it. So those are things that you don't see as a council. And so that internal process kind of validates, the circumstances on a case-by-case basis. And in this case, this individual this will be the second time he's come before the council, or this individual's come before the council for a restoration of leave. And we believe and I'm speaking for the chief, but also from my standpoint, I think this is a fair thing to do in terms of the restoring of that leave this individual, this firefighter, utilized for that intermittent treatment for that illness.
Because just help it again. That audit is like in my mind, right? So help us understand why he was on that type of leave to begin with. That he would have to use his own leave.
In most cases, an employee that contracts an illness or sustains an injury, they are off for a period, and normally it's within a year they're back at work. In his case, he actually did return to work in a light-duty capacity, which is why that triggered the initial request for, I believe it was the 416 hours. That was the first line of duty extension. And he did appeal some treatment that was being denied, and because of that, we are here today, after the fact, requesting the extension on the second set of hours, which is the 466.
Mayor and Council, if you're interested in more details about this, we can talk about that in executive session. We're limited on what we can say about the employee's medical situation.
And it's less about the medical and more about the potential precedent. Okay, so we will take this into exec then. Thank you.
Can I call to question? We need 8
Mayor, that's a
votes.
motion that
Sure.
that'll require 8 votes.
Okay.
There's no debate on it.
We can also take this into exec session if you want to understand it.
Do you want to do? I'll second it.
Okay.
Councilmember
Okay.
McKee Rodriguez will need your vote if you want to vote on this.
Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. The vote is to call to question to stop debate.
Thank you.
White, Councilman White seconded it. Please vote.
Aye.
The motion carries. So we'll go to the main motion, which is approving the ordinance. Please read the caption, Madam Clerk.
Item 16 is an ordinance extending line of duty injury leave for San Antonio firefighter Robert Byer.
Okay. One second. We already have a motion to approve. Thank you. Okay. Okay, please vote. The motion carries. Thank you. We'll go into exec session. I'd ask my colleagues to remain seated while I take us into that. The time is now 1:46 p.m. on Thursday, August 13th, 2026. The City Council of the City of San Antonio will now meet in executive session to consult with the City Attorney's Office pursuant to Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and to deliberate or discuss the following items: economic development negotiations pursuant to Section 551.087, the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Section 551.072, and legal issues related to litigation involving the city, emergency preparedness, and collective bargaining, all pursuant to Section 551.071.